Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 5 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And do we have any speakers wishing to address the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we don't have any speakers addressing the closed session agenda in person, and we did not receive any electronic comments.
Thank you. So we will close the public comment on the closed session agenda and recess to closed session, and we will be back around 5 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Gakava.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is going to be an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Kim Skilling from First Presbyterian Church of Anaheim. And then we are going to follow that with Councilmember Fessel, who's going to lead us in our flag salute today. So Pastor Skilling, can you please begin when ready? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Let us pray. Holy God, we come this night, mayor, council, staff, and citizens, grateful for the privilege of calling Anaheim our home. Yet we are also mindful that many in our city struggle to secure and maintain adequate housing for themselves and their families. And so that issue will be tackled this night. Grant all of us the creativity, imagination, and compassion to find solutions to this persistent crisis. May your wisdom guide the council's actions this night, and may we all join them in seeking the prosperity of our city and the welfare of our neighbors. And all God's people said, amen.
And the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
As we are beginning our new school year,
Dominus Ministries. God bless you.
please join me in the pledge as we honor the dedication and impact of teachers, educators, administrators, and all of our school employees who provide education to our students and their families. Let us begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag.
Justice for all.
God bless America. And the Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
So good evening, everyone. We're going to start with some presentations, starting with recognizing Gilbert High School Sport Intervention Program, Jose Lara, Sport Intervention Program Coordinator, and Veronica Ortega Gamez, Physical Education and Health Department Chair for this recognition, and then we'll invite the council down for a photo. So Gilbert High School is an alternative high school in our city that has introduced a sports intervention program for our students. The program uses sports as a way to re-engage students with their school and help them avoid some of the pitfalls that they may encounter. Gilbert students currently compete in soccer, flag football, as well as basketball. Students earn playing time based on their progress in studying, attendance, attitude, and effort, with weekly opportunities to demonstrate improvement. The sports intervention program has seen improved GPAs and student attendance rates. So thank you for taking the time to listen to our students, for investing in their future and their academic growth, and for using sports as a way to help our challenged students. If I could please invite Jose Lara as well as Veronica Ortega Gamez up to share a few words with us and take a photo with the council. Oh, right there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Congratulations. Thank you.
So I would just like to say I'm the proud principal of Gilbert High School, a place of hope, a place of esperanza, a place of giving, a community school where we have a strategy to really uplift whole communities through education. It's not just about student learning, but it's about applied learning through civic engagement to uplift students in our community here in Anaheim. We like to thank the city of Anaheim for always partnering with us, for being good partners in our schools, and we know that education does lead the way forward. This sports program was really the brainchild of a wonderful teacher, one of the heart and souls of Gilbert High School, Miss Ortega Gamez right here, who's right here next to me. Can we give her a round of applause, please? She is deserves a ton of praise. Typically in continuation schools or alternative education, when it's a school where when students have not been successful at their comprehensive site, they come over to us for another opportunity. Or sometimes I like to say, for them to give us another opportunity to get it right. And typically we don't have sports program, but we know that sports engages students. We know that when students are involved in schools, they do better overall. And Ms. Gomez came to me one day and she said, hey, Laura, can we do something for our kids? And so through her hard work and effort, a lot of this has happened. So Ms. Gomez, I ask you to please say a couple words.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm going to follow a little script here to make sure I kind of say exactly, cover what I want to say here. All right. Hello, Anaheim City Council and community. My name is Veronica Ortega Gomez, and I am a teacher at Gilbert High School and the coordinator of our sports intervention program. Mountains and lives are changed through teamwork. At Gilbert High School, we move mountains and we change lives because we work together and we listen to each other. Our sports intervention program was born through listening to students. While in PE class, a student was asked why there were no sports at our school, and right when he was asking that, Mr. Lara walked into the classroom, and I said, well, why don't you ask Mr. Lara? He's in charge. And I meant that in a good way because Mr. Lara is always willing to try something new. So his classic words were, let's do it. So that was exciting, and I ran with that. I'm like, that's all I need to know. So with no uniforms or structure or real opponents, we promoted basketball games. Soon we had players, coaches in a few schools that would compete with us. So that first year was just really just kind of trial and error. There was nothing, there was no structure in place. The second year, we committed to building a program with structure and expanded our sports to include flag football, basketball, and soccer, and a total of 5 alternative schools joined us that year. And then this year, there are 8 alternative schools that are participating in the program. They saw over the course of the 2 years the magic that this program created for these students who would ordinarily not have the opportunity to play sports in their comprehensive schools. Gilbert High School is leading the way in alternative education sports intervention programming. Coach Montse, Coach Cam, Coach Okendo, Mr. Lara, and the entire campus believe and support in this program. Sports are good for kids and are definitely worth the investment. We see the change in the kids every single day through their commitment and the structures we provide them, the support we provide them, and the opportunity for them to show a different side of them. Maybe it's not the academic side, but they have lots of skills and they get to show that on the field, and it's very rewarding. So I'm just super excited that we have this program, and we definitely want to grow the program. Thank you very much.
I'm like the proud mama right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, that's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good to see you again. And you're welcome to come visit us anytime.
I love visiting you guys.
One more shout out to Ms. Campos right here. She
Thank
does a lot of
you.
the back.
Oh, hey, it takes a village, right? So our second recognition is for a very, very special Anaheim resident Trudy Lewandowski, who is retiring, or I should say just retired, as the Executive Director of the Orange County Bar Association, an organization that I was president of in 2015. So I like to remind people it is not a coalition of people that own taverns. It is a coalition of lawyers. So not that kind of bar association. I know that was probably way more fun. It's an absolute honor to have Trudy here tonight for her retirement. She is the longest serving CEO of the OCBA with more than 35 years of service to the organization. 17 of those years she served as CEO and executive director. So Trudy has been a leader in the organization and is known, and I can attest to this, her compassion, her dedication, and her genuine concern both for the organization and those that serve in it. So a little bit about Trudy. In the late 80s, you may have seen the work of a young aspiring TV producer on ESPN interviewing shark fisher competitors near the site where Jaws was filmed. That's where Trudy's career began in sports broadcasting. After graduating from Cal State Fullerton, go Titans, with a communications degree, she traveled across the country as an associate producer for a production company providing coverage for ESPN. In the spring of 1989, while looking for a job in publishing, she was asked to consider a 3-week position at the Orange County Bar Association, and somehow turned into being one of the longest serving employees. She's been called the backbone of the Bar Association, totally true, and was someone that I had the pleasure of working with in my 14 years, both as a board of director and then in leadership and finally president. The Orange County legal community is so fortunate to have had her for so many years, and we wish you as a city, as one of our very proud citizens, a very, very happy retirement. And thank you for all of your leadership and dedication to the legal community. So if you could please come up.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. The council members, Mayor Aiken, I really appreciate that, and the members of the audience here. Doing anything in a career for 35 years time flies, but it had to be something that really someone has a passion for. And the Bar Association, made up of lawyers, does a lot of work for the community. And that's one thing that really kept me going. Ashley, when she was president of the Bar Association, started a program to support veterans to get their discharge upgrades so they can get the benefits to which they're entitled. And you see work like that getting done for people who are homeless. We had a Civic Center homeless task force that helped people in really dire straits. And so I know sometimes lawyers get a bad rap. The people that were involved in the Bar Association, the people that I had the honor of working with for so many years, did so much good for the community and helped to keep access to justice something really viable in Orange County, in Anaheim. And I've been a proud Anaheim resident since 1978. My son, who is here, is a graduate of Walt Disney Elementary School and Savannah High School, so wonderful teachers. Thank you for the work that you do. And anyway, so thank you very much. This was a surprise. I had no idea I was getting this, and it was till just about an hour ago, a day ago. I'm sorry, it wasn't an hour ago, yesterday. Anyway, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a nice evening.
Okay, so next on our agenda is recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have 3 this evening, recognizing the month of September 2024 as National Library Card Sign-Up Month, Hunger Action Month, and National Preparedness Month. And we do have representatives to accept. For the first proclamation regarding National Library Sign-Up Month, we do have a representative from our library division, if they can step forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City Manager. My name is Julie Kahn, and I am Library Services Supervisor for the Anaheim Public Library. I am honored to accept this proclamation. September is Library Card Sign-Up Month. All month long, we invite and encourage everyone in the community to get a library card and discover everything the Anaheim Public Library has to offer. From books to ukuleles, we have something for everyone. In September, visit the library to participate in fun activities and win prizes. We are pleased to announce that the Anaheim Public Library is now fine-free, and you can enjoy your library card without ever having to worry about paying overdue fees. September also marks the Anaheim Public Library's first ever Amnesty Month. During Amnesty Month, we invite the community to rediscover the joy of reading by visiting your neighborhood library branch to have your entire outstanding balance cleared. The only exception is charges related to STEAM science kits. Take advantage of this opportunity for a fresh start and dive into a world of imagination, stories, knowledge, and learning. Thank you for this proclamation and for bringing attention to the wonder and value of the Anaheim Public Library.
Next, for Hunger Action Month, we have a representative from Second Harvest Food Bank of OC. Thank you.
It's quite large. Good evening, City Council. My name is Malia Carey. I am the Government and Public Affairs Manager with Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County. I'm here today on behalf of the Orange County Hunger Alliance. The Orange County Hunger Alliance is a collaboration between 8 anti-hunger organizations in Orange County, including Orange County's 2 food banks, Second Harvest and Orange County Food Bank in Garden Grove. Today, together, we're committed to reducing food waste, ending poverty and hunger, and providing dignified, equitable, and consistent access to the healthiest food possible for the most vulnerable among us. Thank you to Mayor Aitken, the City Council, and the entire City of Anaheim for recognizing September as Hunger Action Month and raising awareness of hunger and food insecurity in your city. Everyone needs nutritious food to thrive, yet many of our neighbors face hunger every day. The need in our community remains elevated. In Orange County, over 330,000 individuals are food insecure, including over 85,000 children. In the first half of this year alone, Orange County's 2 food banks have collectively distributed over 29 million pounds of food through our network of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, senior centers, schools, colleges, universities, and other community organizations throughout the county. Here in Anaheim, Second Harvest, we have 76 agency partners throughout your city. So thank you for your support. This September, we're asking everyone to join in the movement to end food insecurity and hunger. Your voice, action, and commitment will help ensure every community has the food they need to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And for ways you can find out how to get involved throughout the month of September, you can visit feedoc.org/Hunger Action Month. Thank you to the council again and the city for your support. We appreciate it very much.
Our next recognition is National Preparedness Month, and we have our fire chief as well as representatives from the Anaheim Fire and Rescue.
I was wondering if we actually take pictures. All 34 cities in Orange County declare Hunger Action Month, so we would love to get a photo if that's possible.
Sure, come on in. Sorry. So sorry. I'll take it.
So I'll have our fire chief step forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. National Preparedness Month is recognized this September to promote family and community disaster and emergency planning to prepare for all types of emergencies. Taking action before a disaster is the best thing our residents, families, businesses can do to protect their loved ones, property, and our community. We can make all citizen preparedness by prioritizing taking the simple steps to be ready Anaheim. Know your hazards. Learn about the hazards nearest to you and register for Anaheim Alert to be informed about local emergencies. Know your needs. Build a disaster kit with items that your family will need for at least 72 hours. Know your way. Make a family communications plan and identify safe evacuation routes from your home and business. For more information on disaster preparedness and to register for Anaheim Alert, please visit our website at anaheim.net. Be ready. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief. So moving on to our regular agenda, Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
We're going to move on to public comment. Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council. This first public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the Council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the Mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and will be open at the end of Council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the Council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. I would also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled City Council meeting. At this time, I would like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio de uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva de español al inglés también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad City Clerk cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:24, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:54, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, we have 2 speakers addressing on agenda items. If the first speaker can please step up, Mr. Paul Hayek. Paul Hayek? If not, we'll go to the second speaker, Vern Nelson.
I didn't finish writing this. There's a story that most of us have heard. A little boy is at the beach, and there are hundreds of starfish who've been washed up onto the shore by the tide, and they're all lying there suffocating out of the water. And the little boy grabs one of the starfish and flings it back into the water. And some grown-up says to the little boy, "That sure doesn't help any of these other starfish, does it?" And the boy says, "No, but I saved that one." And that's supposed to be a really heartwarming story, but it's not public policy. It's nice that the city is occasionally able to help 1 or 2 families who are facing unjust evictions. Families that just happen to know the state law is on their side and are lucky enough to talk to the right person. But this is a citywide problem. That's why you guys need to pass AB 1482, the state rent control bill, as a city ordinance so it can finally be enforced here. I talked about this last week, and I said I was going to come back with some examples of why we need this. We've run into 4 families, so there must be many more, who were told to move out of their apartments so that improvements could be made. And then after these improvements, the apartments were rented out to other tenants at much higher rents. Probably management figured this was a good way to get around AB 1482, but actually this is also forbidden by that law. We complained before about the evictions on Walnut Street across from Disneyland during the Disneyland Forward vote. Most of those families are gone, but one family managed to stay. One family that had lived there for 20 years managed to stay, but management made them move to a different building and doubled their rent. And there weren't any improvements. They had covered up the acoustic ceiling with paint or something, and one of their windows won't even close, and they're not fixing it. We know of at least one family that was forced to move so that a relative landlord can move in, and that's illegal under AB 1482. And me and my colleagues, my friends, are putting together a list, a spreadsheet really, of rents that have been raised over the 8.8%. You don't have somewhere to be, do you? Over the 8.8% that was allowed last year, sometimes raised more than once a year, sometimes raised $200-something. So this is a serious idea that I think you guys should consider. And I'm glad to see on item 16 that you're going to talk about an affordable housing ordinance or an inclusive housing ordinance, which we've been trying to get for years and years. It looks to me, reading the staff report, that staff is encouraging council to finally do this, and I hope they do. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker, Paul Hayek.
I'm glad to see we might get grant money because I'm going to become a new resident as of the end of September. And I'm looking for where could I get some deposit money and monies for deposits on my electrical bill. I'm moving up. I got my voucher, my big one. I'm moving from 251 square foot to a 1-bedroom apartment.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speaker and agenda items. We'll not move forward to general comments. And if the first speaker can please step forward. Nomi Abadi.
Hello, my name is Nomi Abadi, and I am the founder of the Female Composer Safety League. It's a nonprofit that's dedicated to supporting survivors of sexual abuse in the composing and music industries. It was also one of the organizations who co-released the Sound Off report, which is the largest documentation of credible accusations of sexual assault in the history of the music industry. I also am a musician and composer and former piano prodigy. I actually made my concert debut right here at the Irvine Barkley Theater with the Orange County Chamber Orchestra as an Orange County native. So when I was a 15-year-old attending the Orange County School of the Arts, I wrote an essay about an artist who will soon be performing at the Honda Center. I actually met this artist when I was 16, and I was starstruck. He signed a poster for me, and if he had invited me backstage, I probably would have said yes. It's a good thing that he did not. Some of the rumors that I've heard about this artist have proven to be true, and others have not. But now I've learned who one of these artists may truly be through the experiences of those he has allegedly sexually assaulted, one of whom is Bianca, and who I'm proud to stand with today. Orange County has evolved a lot since the 90s, but it breaks my heart that Orange County may be allowing an alleged serial sexual predator to perform at the Honda Center. I'm asking everyone to stop and think about the human beings that were and are tortured by alleged serial sexual predator artists, especially those who were sexually abused by the artists' children. Everyone wonders if this is a serious problem in the music industry. I refer you to the Sound Off report, which the city staff already has, which 4 nonprofits, including mine, released to the public in February of this year. And it's available at soundoffcoalition.org for everyone else who wishes to read it. It chronicles the horrific history of sexual abuse of women, both adults and minors, from the 1950s to the present day. It's over 225 pages in length. It can also be accessed online as well as here. We need to think of the children like me in the early 2000s as potential victims. And on top of that, survivors of alleged serial sexual predator artists deserve more than reliving their trauma at the hands of a predator to the soundtrack of their cheering fans, who are many of them teenagers. We're here tonight to ask the council to agendize a resolution in the near future that would insert a paragraph into your management contract with the Honda Center that prohibits these people, the serial potential alleged sexual predators
sorry,
from
your time is
performing.
up.
Thank you.
We have the next speaker step forward.
Good evening. My name is Shira Scott Ashtroff, and I've been an actress for many years on shows such as The Office, Criminal Minds. With all due respect, many of us find ourselves in shock that an alleged violent serial rapist is being welcomed to perform here in the city of Anaheim, at the Honda Center, in which you all control. The Me Too movement seemed to have circumvented the music industry. I don't accept that, neither should you. As members of the Anaheim City Council who own the Honda Center, I ask that you consider a resolution in the very near future to ban alleged sexual serial predators from performing at this venue. That the Honda Center does not cater to these individuals, no matter who they are. Some time ago, I myself experienced a violent sexual assault, and as most every survivor can attest to, there will always be moments that trigger a memory that stops me in my tracks. It's just beyond comprehension to consider the mental anguish victims endure when their attackers are given platforms to perform on a stage at a major venue. It's also irresponsible. It sends a message to our community, including the impressionable youth, that violent behavior is acceptable. I implore you all as leaders in this community to take a stand. And when we use the word serial, I want to be clear. This is not about a single allegation. We're talking about multiple claims, the voices of multiple victims who must be believed and validated. With that being said, I'm going to introduce the next public commenter, someone so brave and so intent on protecting others that she insisted on speaking here tonight, no matter how difficult I imagine it must be for her. Bianca.
Hello, my name is Bianca Elaine Kine. I didn't know that I would be crying already, but I am. I stand before you today as a survivor of sexual assault that occurred to me as a child when I was at a concert. The music industry should be a world that is vibrant and empowering, giving space for people to express themselves and connect through music. But they have betrayed countless young women and girls. The stories of trauma and heartbreak just continue to echo a chilling truth that our concerts are not safe places. Personally, I was robbed of my innocence in a place where I thought music and unity should have reigned supreme. My scars are a constant and painful reminder of what happened to me when I was 16. But from the depths of this darkness, I feel like a flicker of hope has been ignited, and I refuse to be silenced. For those who want to know further details of my abuse, it is public document. It's been given to the city staff, and it outlines the horrific abuse I suffered as not only a 19-year-old girl in New York, but a minor at 16 in Louisiana. and these lawsuits are ongoing at the moment. But please be forewarned, it is very deeply detailed and disturbing material. So what I'm asking, I feel that it is the time for the music industry to prioritize the safety of its young fans. Anaheim can lead the way, I believe, by implementing a comprehensive, very safe protocols at all venues, including the Honda Center, to increase security presence and establish a zero tolerance policy for the predatory behavior. By the way, I don't know if I had mentioned it, but my lawsuits are against my abuser, Brian Warner, who's known to the public as Marilyn Manson. I think everybody knows that name. Anyway, had to get that off my chest. But I believe we can find a way to lead by implementing these comprehensive safety. I didn't mean to be this emotional. I had this so planned, okay? But I feel like it includes prohibiting the booking of artists with allegations of serial sexual assault, including that of minors. Today, we can create a concert experience where everyone feels safe and empowered. So let us be first to help transform the music industry into a safe haven for all. Thank you very much for listening.
The next speaker.
First, I want to commend Bianca on her bravery in coming forward. I know that that was not easy for her, as it is not for any of us. My name is Bonnie McIntosh, and I'm a professional touring keyboardist, born and raised in San Diego and currently living in Los Angeles. From going to local shows at Chain Reaction as a teenager to performing at the Honda Center myself, the city of Anaheim has always been a second home to me as a music lover and a touring musician. The touring world to the average concert goer might seem purely fun and exciting. The stereotype of a rock star lifestyle is one that the media and the public have created over time based on a narrative written by those with a microphone and an extremely dedicated fan base. I am here to speak on behalf of those of us who actually live within these spaces, who've been victim to the horror that has been allowed within this industry, and to give the city of Anaheim and all of you the opportunity to set a precedent that could ripple within the live music industry to make it a safe space. I say this because as of now, it is not safe. In my 12 years as a touring professional, I have been sexually assaulted twice on tour by men within the tour crew I was a part of. One was weeks prior to playing the Honda Center myself. I had to share that stage. I had to share the stage of the Honda Center with the man who assaulted me. As a 37-year-old woman with countless students and even a teenage stepdaughter entering the music industry, I fear for their safety, knowing that no governing body cares enough for their well-being to take action when it comes to assault allegations by allowing a known sexual predator to perform here in the city of Anaheim. However, this is more than just about one man. What many seem to forget is that for every artist, there is a crew, an entourage, and an entire camp that is to represent said artist. When an artist is allowed to commit criminal activity against women, whether the victim is a fan going innocently to a concert or someone who works within their camp, this creates a ripple effect giving allowance to anyone to freely commit those same crimes. Touring and concerts, like the one at the Honda Center, are the playground where this is essentially fair game. However, many of these people don't have the same notoriety as the artist and usually go unnoticed, leaving victims powerless to put a stop to this behavior as the court of public opinion does not exist for them. Few entities have the opportunity to create a precedent that could change not only the touring industry, but the culture of going to a concert. All of you, the city of Anaheim, have the opportunity by not allowing an alleged sexual predator from gracing the same stages where we work, where we spend our money, and where we let our kids go to have fun and become inspired. The concert on September 6th at the Honda Center will set a precedent either way. After my first and second sexual assault on tour, I always got a similar response for those aware of the situation. I wish I could have done something. The city of Anaheim today has the opportunity to do that something. Your time is up. And I hope you guys do the right thing. Thank you.
And the next speaker.
Hello, good evening. My name is El de los Reyes, and I come to you on behalf of Promoting Awareness Victim Empowerment, PAVE. We are a survivor-founded and survivor-led national nonprofit organization that supports survivors and strives to prevent sexual violence through education, advocacy, and community action. PAVE believes all of the survivors here tonight. We also believe that all survivors deserve to live in a community that fosters their well-being. In a city like Anaheim, a family destination and community, it is the city's responsibility to use spaces such as the Honda Center to not platform alleged serial sexual abusers. Survivors who come forward against high-power abusers often face scrutiny from the abuser's sphere of influence, which includes dedicated fans and others with power. Added layers of scrutiny can compound a survivor's trauma, contributing to mental health diagnoses such as PTSD. However, this is not solely the experience of survivors who come forward against high-power abusers. There are survivors in Anaheim who face victim blaming every day and are re-traumatized when they see the celebration of alleged serial abusers in their day-to-day lives. It is re-traumatizing for survivors to see the promotion of those with allegations of abuse. When serial abusers continue to have a platform, this sends the message that sexual violence is acceptable and tolerable. Invalidating and downplaying abuse makes it harder for survivors to seek support and heal from trauma. We ask you to consider discussing the possibility of adding a clause to your renewal agreement with the Honda Center that prevents them from platforming artists with serial allegations of sexual violence. By doing so, the city of Anaheim would be the first to take this tremendous stride against violence in the entertainment industry. We also ask that you consider using spaces such as the Honda Center to instead platform survivors and those who stand in solidarity alongside them. Taking this step to foster safe spaces for survivors of trauma can not only improve mental health outcomes, but set a precedent for other communities looking to take a stand against rape culture. This is both a responsibility and an opportunity for Anaheim to serve its residents and its visitors. Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Ashley Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Norma Campos Kurtz, Council Members Diaz, Fessel, Leon, Meeks, and Rubalcaba. My name is Rima Nashashibi, and I'm the founder and president of Global Hope 365, a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the lives of women and girls locally and nationally by advocating for their safety through raising awareness, education, and prevention. Our focus is on ending harmful practices towards women and girls, such as child marriage, human trafficking, sexual assault, and other forms of gender-based violence. Again, we do this through raising awareness, education, prevention, to prevent future victims and to save lives. We advocate for and on behalf of survivors, just like these sheroes that you've heard from before me. With preventing future victims in mind, I urge you to agendize a future resolution to be voted in that bans alleged serial predator artists from performing in the future at the Honda Center. The city of Anaheim needs to lead and start the trend to make concert venues safe for women and girls on stage, off stage, fans, audiences, and all. Just like you did, and you were on the forefront when you passed our resolution to end child marriage under 18, no exceptions, a few years ago, we need you to lead this effort now. I urge you to do that. We need to hold perpetrators accountable. When convicted, they will register as sex offender. We know where they live. We need to do the same for the ones who are allegedly serial predators, artists, and other public figures. That's the challenge. So we should not provide them with the venue, nor the space to exploit future victims. This is why, again, I urge you to agendize a future resolution to be voted on that bans alleged serial predators artists from performing in the future at the Honda Center and all other places. Respectfully, Rima Nashashibi. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Larry Schlegel. I'm with California Yellow Cab. I'm working on customer service and compliance issues. Our company currently operates, beg your pardon? I'm sorry. We currently operate a 250 vehicle taxi cab franchise in Anaheim, and our drivers are vetted and permitted by the city. We serve the residents, the resort, the attractions, and provide special transportation for approximately 630 access and special needs clients through OCTA. Having the right number of drivers on board is crucial to good service and driver quality, and that's my issue. That's why I'm here today. Over the past several months, the turnaround time to get a driver permit has taken approximately 2 months. Longer if there's an appeal. That's a long time for a driver to wait for a job. It's a long time for us to recruit somebody and fill a spot. The long wait for the permit reduces that ability to fill those spots and provide quicker service. One element of the permit process is getting a live scan fingerprint background check through the police department. It sometimes takes 4 or 5 weeks just to get the appointment, and that doesn't include the review, the approval, or the process to produce the permit. Taxi permits are not a police priority. We are in a line with other permits and clearances for other permits and clearances. And if they're like us, many people are waiting a long time to get permitted to work in the city. We have requested a quicker time frame, and just last week we were offered the ability to go directly to the police department and see if there were any openings or cancellations, and this could be a partial solution. 2 were accepted and got processed within about 2 weeks. But one was scheduled for October 1st, and the second one just today was scheduled for October 8th. So that again is a long time just to get the application submitted. We know that there are third-party vendors who do that same processing and did in this industry for a long time. There's one right across the street on Center Street and several in the city of Anaheim. We're asking for your help, probably primarily through the manager's office, in reducing the delay in getting these driver permits issued. Some ideas include having a permit priority. Transportation is considered by the state to be an essential public service. Maybe we could get some kind of a priority to process those permits. Maybe suggesting allocating additional funds to the department, I'm sure that they're underwater, to expedite the permit processing and minimize the wait time for all applicants. To establish a priority fee or surcharge for expedited processing for those who need it or want it for quicker
Mr. Slagle, I'm
clearance.
sorry, your time is up.
Utilizing that third-party option or issuing a temporary permit. We'd appreciate any direction you can give us. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
What I'm looking for is the proof of what's going on with Disney. I've been trying to come down here and explain it to you, and what I come up with is an interview. I want to get an interview. I was doing the self-employed with Disney City Council, and for 18, it's been over 18 years since then, since Tom Tate. And you like Julie on Tom Tate's wife. You look just like her. I wanted to say that to you real quick because I missed Tom Tate in the meeting because he was doing security with me on Star Wars. I wanted to do the introduction when they did the ribbon ceremony. Writers, but he does respond with Disney. Writers about Disney security. Outreach Homeless Ministries, City Chaplain, Security for Disney, to city-owned, and the security of Disney for the children, Disney Parks, and Disney World. Polk Sheriff Department from Disney World. They caught them on 35 employees doing porn reports on pedophiles. as well. The security of the homeless ministry sleeping, the homeless were sleeping in the bushes at Boysen Park at one time. It was pretty bad up and down that street. We need an officer to go up and down that street. And they've been double security with the parks. And what I was looking at, who runs the Satanic Bible? Anton LaHaye, and it was Anton LaHaye, the Masons, founders of the Church of Satan, the author of Satanic Bible from 1930 to 1997, Aleister Crowley. And the Mormons are still going from door to door from time to time in their white t-shirt, white jacket with t-shirt. And what I was trying to understand was security over the Disney, what you're getting involved in. I want to see that get straightened out, because you're getting involved in something that you need to know more about it. You need to interview me. That's what you need to do. You need to find out what is happening. And I have 7 notebooks, 2-inch notebooks, and a handful of 1-inch notebooks that explains the security on how they did the subliminal messages and how they did the sexual reports.
Cecil, I'm sorry, your time is
And
up.
Tom Tate, Walt Disney was the porn king. And I have the reports
Cecil,
on
I'm
that.
sorry, your time is up.
It's your choice to interview me. It's on the reports.
Thank you. Can we call the next
The
speaker?
next speaker, John
Thank you.
Spring.
Vessel.
John Spring.
The controversy reports, and if you'll interview me,
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
be
Corkin.
willing
I'm
to
sorry,
help.
your time is up, sir.
I know, I'll be willing to help you.
Thank you.
I'll be willing to help you.
Thank you.
I am a research scientist. Over 2 years ago, I first attempted to contact Anaheim City Council. Even though I've made several attempts, I have not received one response from any of you directly to me. At the moment, I'm talking about a young 15-year-old girl, or at least that's what she told me a few months ago, who has a brain tumor, which I believe was caused, according to my research, by a very cruel and dangerous type of mind control used in Russia today. And of course, no one will believe me because they don't have the mental capacity to do that type of research. As I mentioned earlier at a previous meeting, I'm Top Gun, and I'll tell you what is the reason for that if time permits. Now, as of 2 weeks ago, this young girl who can only speak to me on the internet, the last time I saw her was on January 24th, 2022. And she said that she does not have a brain tumor, but she now claims that she has had a concussion from falling down a flight of stairs in a building with a friend. Now, this person is kept in confinement at all times. She does not have the freedom that any other young girl. Her church lists her at being 20. On the internet, on adult entertainment, she is listed as 22. She'll be, according to them, 23 on August 18th, 2024. Now, unfortunately, I've been defamed by one of your police detectives who apparently did not do a thorough job. He believed the people. And by the way, there are several other young girls and young women who I've also seen on the adult entertainment on the internet. These people are being abused. They are sexually exploited. I've tried to do everything I can, and there has been no response whatsoever from any of the current or previous members of this council. Now, the reason I'm Top Gun, ladies and gentlemen, is because I accomplish and solve more notorious crimes than probably any American.
Mr. Spring,
I'm
I'm sorry,
talking
your
about
time is up.
big ones. My time's up.
Our next speaker.
Need your help.
Hello, Mayor, Council. It's been many, many years since I've been here. First of all, I want to say my name is Jose Hernandez, and I'm not here representing anyone other than myself and my family, who have lived here for over 30 years since migrating from Mexico. Also say I am in solidarity with the women that came and spoke about that situation. I hope we can support them. This is a city that my parents currently live in, and where many, and where my grandmother passed away earlier this year, having lived many years here. So, my family, I don't have the time to talk about all the issues that that have been happening in the city that I'm not proud of, and moments that feel I've been let down, but I'll name a few. When the corruption of Mayor Sidhu and his enablers, including folks still on council or on city staff, I was not proud. I was not proud to hear about money being funneled, allegedly, from COVID money to entities connected to special interests that control the city. I was not proud to hear about mock city council meetings, about angel dealings that sold out our community. I was not proud to hear, and I'm currently not proud to hear about all the stories that I get all the time, from folks that have their rising rents, that are being forcibly displaced by greedy, heartless landlords. But I was proud to hear that this council is taking the right step, a step in the right direction today, to think about this concept of inclusionary housing as one tool of many tools that is necessary. But it's been necessary, and that's what's frustrating. The city of Santa Ana, meanwhile, is leaps and bounds ahead of the city when it comes to addressing rising rents and lack of affordable housing. Here in Anaheim, all I see is luxury apartments everywhere. $4,000 for a 2-bedroom. Who? Not me. Over 10 years ago, thanks to Kennedy Commission and other housing advocates, Santa Ana created its own inclusionary housing. All these years later, Anaheim is now just getting to this place. The community desperately needs some help. This is not a communist ploy, as some would claim. This is about helping our communities. And because we need more affordable housing, but we need true affordable housing, low to very low income to be included, because what people claim as affordable housing and use it in their campaign speeches is not true affordable housing. We need stronger just cause eviction policies on the local level and rent stabilization policies like Santa Ana. And I know the landlords and the realtors are would come after any of you that would, come out with this, but we face them in Santa Ana, and we need every city to adopt these kind of policies. It's time, Anaheim. Thank you.
Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, Song Dog Advocate. I mentioned to you the document submitted by People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals to the California Fish and Game Commission regarding their proposal to ban the use of gas chambers when killing coyotes in the state of California. And I just want to read a couple of quick lines from PETA. But again, this 227-page document contains information from the real true experts on coyote biology and behavior. And so they cite it, every page it's cited. But the first statement here, the use of carbon dioxide to kill coyotes is extremely cruel and cannot be considered humane or euthanasia. The American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines do not recommend the use of carbon dioxide to kill dogs because the species is one, quote, where distress, or is not one where, quote, distress can be minimized. The same considerations apply to coyotes, which are so closely genetically related to domesticated dogs that the two species interbreed. Now, that's all I'm going to say. It's 227 pages. I would hope that maybe you would get a hold of this document and read it. But I've read your biographies. You guys are obviously all very intelligent people. I listen to you speak. And what blows my mind when I talk to other people who are involved in this, who have my concerns, is you guys are intelligent, well-read, and yet you just ignore this information about how you are treating coyotes, native wildlife. So I would ask, as my time runs out here, I would ask that you actually disclose who the sources are for your information, just like PETA has done in this document. I want to know, who are your sources? Thank you.
Next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com, where what I'm going to talk about will be annotated and timestamped for people who want to deeper examine the quotes of the council. I'd like to start with 3 facts. Item 16 tonight, they mentioned the voluntary affordable housing fund that was set up in 2018. I hope the council discusses that they've raised $561,000 the past 6 years from 4 developers. It doesn't appear to be working. To put it in context, in the budget, this year's budget, the city has appropriated $12 million for the city attorney's office. Moving on, those are 2 facts. Here are timestamps for the July 23rd and August 13th hearing on the Midway street closures for greater details. July 23rd, go to the 6-hour, 41-minute, and 47-second mark. It's 46 minutes. And then go to the August 13th hearing. It's at the 4-hour, 54-minute, and 30-second mark. I'm going to address that briefly. I've been trying to get a copy of the appraisal discussed in those hearings. Those hearings are now over, and from what I've heard listening to those comments, the appraisal should now be available because the deal's been closed. I'm still waiting. My letter to the mayor requesting this from August 9th, it remains unanswered. So, big concern. So I am addressing the council and mayor in a second letter, but I'm still drafting it because I realize I have to be careful in what I say because my audience goes beyond that if I wish to get some action. So as I draft the letter, it's a bit lengthy, 7 pages so far, because I'm addressing people who aren't familiar with the issue. Residents, voters, the Deer Park residents who are fighting a similar zoning battle, journalists such as the Anaheim Investigator, the Orange Juice blog, the OC Vibe, the OC Register, LA Times. I'm addressing the lawyers who may be involved in the Deer Park fight. I'm addressing state officials, Valencia and Umberg, who we can thank for the audits of Visit Anaheim and Anaheim Stadium, and the ongoing investigations of the FBI and the OCDA It's a shame we have to get our audits
Mr.
from the
Herbert,
state.
I'm sorry, your time is
Thank you
up.
very much.
Next speaker, Adam Wood.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thanks for the opportunity to comment tonight. Item 16, we're here talking about affordable housing again. Earlier this year, I think it was earlier this year, the city hired a consultant to put together a report on how the city can do better with that. It turns out more than the majority of recommendations from that report are things that the city is already doing. Of the things listed, I think 3 of the 6 items the city is not currently doing. It was inclusionary zoning, seemed to be the one road that we kept coming back to. Since that time, I think it's important to look at the policies that are on the books. If we spend a bunch of money on a report saying the city's already doing the things that your expert says works, if they're not working, why? If we go back to the inclusionary zoning conversation, our position hasn't changed in this many months. It definitely stops more housing than it creates. We're 40 years behind on housing production. We cannot subsidize our way out of this crisis. There's lots of reports. LA Times has many reports saying up to $1 million a door in some construction sites. It's very frustrating to see the idea that we can tax the development community as a way to produce more housing. This is the one industry that is out there trying to provide more housing for everyone. Putting up new hurdles and barriers is not going to be particularly constructive to getting more housing constructed. I think at those prior hearings too, we also heard that redevelopment used to generate about $15 million a year and that we were very successful as a city producing housing at that time. We also know that Disney just put in $15 million as a down payment towards their $30 million, so cash flow has started. And on the August 7th, 2023 Voice of OC article, they've identified as much as $100 billion per year coming to the city as part of the LPMR funds. If there's $100 million coming in every single year in the near term, it seems like that would be a very high opportunity zone to investigate instead of going down the road of saying, we need developers to pay into this tax or this fee that's going to make it harder for them to make their projects pencil. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think honestly, you've got the best staff in the world here in Anaheim. You've got all the resources any city wish the resources every other city wish they had. I think there's a ton of potential to find very creative solutions that go well beyond just the knee-jerk reaction that we've seen some of the neighboring cities here in Orange County say, let's just make developers pay more money, and if it stops housing, I don't know, let's see. So hopefully we can get Anaheim back to being #1 with creative solutions. Thanks.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
Hello, everybody, giving honor to God. I'm gonna start this off real simple. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Been around a long time. Affordable housing, inclusionary. What is everybody talking about? Rent going up, not having no place to live. We, as a government, have to find a solution. We keep on putting luxury apartments in our city, such as Sir George, and the 2 bedrooms is almost $4,000. What does it do to all the apartments around them? It make them go up $150 a year. Who's affected? The working people of Anaheim. If they can't balance that, they go to the homeless classification. Our homeless is growing in Orange County. I beg anybody who would like to argue against it, walk in my shoes and you'll see another picture. Now, money, transitional housing. We haven't been using the money that we had to do the best for our residents. When we had the COVID funds, we gave $15 million. 6.5 of that went to Visit Anaheim, and from that 6.5, 1.5 got converted over to the Disneyland Chamber of Commerce that went into what is called the FBI investigation today. We have also Harry Sadu, Special Agent Atkins, please hurry up and finish this investigation, because Sadu is still out there giving information. When half of you came in behind Sadu and you said you were going to do something about campaign reform because we were in the news. Nothing has been done for campaign reform. The puppet masters still have the same strings that they still had all the time. When we get back to rent control, we talk about people moving in apartments with other people. We had all those ladies in here. How many girls have been raped because the daughters was at home and the single parent was out working 2 jobs? It has happened. Anaheim Forward, the 2 young men, that was paid. Anaheim Forward, I'm gonna close with this. There was 2 young men that came up here.
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
And I'm closing. They said, we would have said this for free, even if they didn't pay us. This is not a game. This is people's lives.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, if they could step forward.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Cesar Covarrubias, I'm the Executive Director for the Kennedy Commission. I want to just touch upon item 15, the Housing Trust Fund. I think it's a great opportunity to refocus the priorities that the city should have in addressing housing. As we have heard time and time again, housing production is not an issue in this city. Housing production has been really successful. The city's last planning period RENA goal was somewhere about 5,000 units. The city actually produced over 8,000 units, the majority at market rate, only about 150 at low, very low. So when we're looking at a housing trust fund, what are we trying to address? I would submit to you that we need to address low, very low, and extremely low, what the market is not meeting at this point. And that's for working families, because we've done quite a bit on the extremely low for homelessness. It still continues to be a need, but working families have come to this chamber time and time again to ask this council to address the critical need of housing in this community. On item 16, ongoing discussions about what are the best policies and programs. We at the Kennedy Commission have submitted several letters. We submitted another one today with recommendations on what we think are the most important tools to increase affordable housing. And I would submit to you, reinforcing the comments that already have been made, this city has one of the best and brightest staff when it comes to affordable housing. You just have to give them the tools to be able to produce affordable housing to the extent that we need in this city. And as has been mentioned already, this city has already an array of tools. Those tools are working to a certain extent, but if we want to get to the next level, we have to look at those tools that we have not explored yet, or that we continue to say, let's not look at those because we don't want to introduce inclusionary housing, for example. I would submit to you, if you think inclusionary housing stops development, then why do more than half of the cities in Orange County have inclusionary housing ordinance? Why does Santa Ana, a city that had an arena of 200 units last planning period, produced almost 5,000 units, around 1,700 of those affordable at low and very low because of that inclusionary ordinance? City of Irvine, who had an arena number of 12,000, produced over 30,000 units in that planning period. This is 2014 through 2021. So again, don't take my word, don't take the word of anybody else here. Look at the data. Production happens, the policies are there, the policies just inform the development community and the community as a whole what the priorities from the council will be.
Sir, I'm
Thank you.
sorry, your time is up.
Sure. And I would just also say that city-owned land is really important. There's a few other items outlined in our letter. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers addressing the City Council in person. Noting for the record, we did receive one email related to item number 9 and several general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. So we're going to close the public comment portion of our meeting and move to council communications. If there are members that have something to share, please ring in. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz.
And unfortunately, the young women left. I just want to publicly make a comment on how brave they were in coming to share their story. And I really admire them and hope to be able to work with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. With your indulgence, I'd like to ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in the name of Don Dobmeyer. Don recently passed, and although he may not be a name recognizable to many, he was one of our longest-serving local historians. In fact, in 1996, when a young then new appointee to the Orange County Historic Commission showed up, Don put me under his wing and mentored me for a number of years. Until such time, I was able to author a couple of books of my own. And I asked Don to proof both of them. And he was a very, very harsh proofer and looked at every word and said, prove it. And I always felt appreciative of that. When he wasn't looking out for the history of Orange County, he was a itinerant barman, and would go to people's homes and if there was a party, serve drinks and everything, and had some of the most interesting stories one could have. Don, may you rest in peace. You will be well remembered and well loved by many of us. I don't have any slides tonight, but recently I was at a small business close by on behalf of the Small Business Administration called Curated Skin, spelled SKKN. And they do facials and personalized skincare treatments, and they're just kitty corner across the way here on 255 Anaheim Boulevard. And the entrepreneur moved in, a young woman and 2 children moved in from Washington State and started a business with the assistance of the Small Business Administration. And I sort of followed them and their new businesses and their entrepreneurs, and we were over there helping cut the ribbon last week, and I was very happy to see another business, although I'm not sure I'm going to ever use much of their services. Nonetheless, it was fun there to help them. I'd like to take a moment and call out a few of our city departments today. District 5 had a rather tragic, large fire here last week that took out 10 small businesses at the corner of Ball Road and State College. And a number of these businesses were small entrepreneur-owned. It got to be a 4-alarm fire, meaning there was an excess of 24 fire pieces of equipment from both Anaheim, the city of Orange, the city of Fullerton, and the county of Orange. And while even with all that horsepower and tens of thousands of gallons of water a minute, unfortunately, the buildings were not saved. I'd like to recognize Public Works, who came out with fuel tenders. All these fire pieces of equipment were running full blast for something in the neighborhood of 8 or 10 hours, and they needed to be refueled. And our Public Works Department came out with fuel tenders to refuel them. Makes me wonder how we're going to do that with electric vehicles. Also, Public Utilities was having to turn on every well that we had in the area, and even cracked open a Metropolitan Water District pipeline. So there was certainly no shortage of available water. Yet with all of that, the buildings were still lost. However, then after the dust settled, up rolls our economic development team to try to find the business owners and try to locate them new locations to get them started again and maybe find employment for many of their employees that now don't have a job. And I want to thank all those departments for all the work that you did. Sometimes we forget to say thank you. And I just want to make sure that we called everybody out that was out there. My wife Susan and I went out about 1:30 in the afternoon, and by that time they were still shooting water on the building, but by that time most of the other equipment had left back to their respective departments. So, Madam Mayor, I just want to thank you that your fire department and all the other departments of Anaheim did a really good job last week at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Diaz.
I have a slide. So I want to invite everyone to join us at an upcoming Wildfire Insurance Town Hall on Wednesday, August 28th from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. And East Anaheim in particular is feeling the impacts of canceled insurance policies and rising premium costs for fire and home insurance, but it's certainly impacting everybody in the city and everybody in California. We're holding an online town hall to share what's being done at the state level and how to best prepare for the risk of fire and other emergencies for you and your family. Everyone from across our city is welcome to join. California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara will provide an update on the insurance market and his efforts to address the insurance crisis. Anaheim Fire and Rescue Chief Pat Russell will give a presentation on wildfire preparedness. There will also be an opportunity for questions and answers. Attendees can submit questions ahead of time, and we will also take questions during the event. You can register for the virtual town hall by scanning the QR code on the flyer or visiting anaheim.net/be-ready. And I hope everyone will join us for this important virtual event. It is a crisis that I hope the state can find us some answers, because people are being canceled and not having the insurance that they require. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. A little bit of good news here. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the West Anaheim Sub-Police Station have been closed. Well, today was the grand reopening. Yes, big good news. The office hours are Monday to Fridays, 9 to 4 p.m. It's always going to be staff in there for those hours, and walk-ins are welcome. Staff going to be there for those hours, and thank you, PD, for taking care of West Anaheim. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rubalcaba, and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Madam Clerk, I believe I have a few slides to share. So I know it's only been a week, but in District 3 with our 50,000 residents, we are pretty busy. I just wanted to mention an upcoming District 3 meeting that will be hosted on September 5th. I encourage everybody who does have a vested interest in our community to attend. We will be discussing, and there will be people from various departments to address public safety, encampment concerns, which I know we have a significant amount in many of our parks in the surrounding area. District 3 is home to 16 parks and 2 of our oldest parks, including Pearson and La Palma. Anaheim Public Utilities will also be present, Public Works, Neighborhood Services, and Anaheim Fire and Rescue. Next slide. We also are hosting for the second year in a row a mental health and wellness resource fair. Last year was the first year. It was we actually called it Suicide Awareness. It's hosted during September, which is National Suicide Awareness Month. I know this issue impacts many people personally in some cases, so it is something that is very important to my district. We did recently have one of my constituents who did unfortunately commit suicide, so this is just an event that I do hope that everybody will share with somebody within the community. It is open to all ages, and all are welcome. We are having about 20 to 30 different vendors who will be in attendance. Many of them will have resources related to mental health and wellness. and a lot of our city staff departments will be there as well. So the date on that one is September 7th. I also just want to thank our city staff for attending a laptop giveaway. So public-private partnerships are significantly important in our community. Business is one of the backbones of every economy. They generate jobs, revenue for cities, and we did have AT&T and Human IT host an event in collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club in District 3 at Manzanita Park. Our Anaheim Police Department attended, Public Utilities, Anaheim Fire and Rescue. My office was also there. We were able to give away 150 laptops to local youth and senior citizens in the city of Anaheim. So I'm just really proud that we were able to host this in my district, and thankful to the businesses who stepped up to help further close the digital divide in communities that are lower income and working class families. I also just want to recognize a young couple who are residents of District 3. The young lady here works at a local business in Anaheim and also went to Anaheim High School, graduated about 20 years after me, but she is a very proud Anaheim resident. She came to visit City Hall and brought her young son and her husband along with her. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that they came in. They were able to get a tour of City Hall and meet several of the council members last Tuesday. So it was a nice experience to bring people from within the community. And then I just wanted to highlight a local business, a female-owned business. For those of you who are caffeine drinkers, like I am, coffee is my drink of choice. I wanted to recognize Owl Ricks. It's delicious coffee. So if you are ever looking for a new type of brew, I highly recommend this one. It is roasted in the city of Anaheim. And we always welcome and want to recognize our small businesses, especially minority female owned. So with that, that concludes my council comments. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few announcements. As I mentioned last week, for all high school juniors and seniors, the Anaheim Tech Scholar Program is back. The program empowers college-bound high school seniors and juniors in Anaheim and provides laptops or tablets as well as internet access to prepare them for their next stage of their academic careers. The application will open this Monday, August 26th, and will be open through September 30th. So we encourage everyone watching, if you know of any juniors or seniors, to please have them apply to this great program. Hope you save the date for our second annual Active Older Adult Appreciation event. I know it's going to be a busy weekend, but hope you can join us for Saturday morning of Saturday, September 28th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. over at St. Justin Martyr Church off of Ball Road. We'll be providing some more information in the coming weeks, but hope to see you all there. And then finally, I am very excited to share with you all that as we celebrate and acknowledge the second anniversary of the Little Arabia designation in District 2, that the Little Arabia freeway signs pointing all who travel into Anaheim and Orange County to West Anaheim's Little Arabia should be coming next month. I'm also even more elated to share that the city is working hard on planning on an unveiling for the signs later next month. I want to thank the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, for their work and joining the ad hoc committee, as well as all of our city staff who has worked so diligently throughout this process. And a very special thank you to my council colleagues for their support throughout the process as well. I'm so honored to have worked with the community throughout the last year to bring this forward, and we're looking forward to the big unveiling next month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I am also excited for the big reveal. Just wanted to share a couple of things that happened this week. One was Anaheim was proud to host the Orange County Labor Federation Dinner. It's an annual dinner celebrating working people and those that advocate on their behalf. Anaheim has a very strong economy, and a lot of that is built on the backs and because of our unions and our working families. So I want to extend a heartfelt congratulations to the award winners of the dinner and their commitment to fair wages, safe workplaces, and equitable treatment that makes a real profound difference in the lives of many. Also want to thank the elected leaders that were there, especially our superintendent of public education that met me at Stump Lounge in Anaheim and took a picture of me. If you haven't had a chance to visit one of our largest attractions at the convention center, please do follow Stump Lounge on Instagram. Visit Anaheim invited me to give a welcome for their annual destination forecast. It's a gathering of hoteliers and others in our visitor economy, touching on the amazing things that are ahead for Anaheim. And I want to thank my council colleagues that were able to join me where we were talking about some of the amazing things that are coming to Anaheim, including the 70th anniversary of the opening of Disneyland, obviously our original park here in Anaheim, and the unveiling of their new attractions, including Coco and their Avatar-themed land. We also highlighted some of the exciting things that are coming around OC Vibe, which is taking shape around the Honda Center, and where Anaheim is expected to host the Olympic volleyball in the 2028 Olympics, so looking forward to that. And just want to thank everyone that helps in our visitor economy. It touches everyone in the city with the revenue from that economy, allowing us to do what we do here, everything from public safety, communications, community services. So thank you for hosting us and my council colleagues at this event. Also want to thank our Public Works Department for inviting me to give the welcome for the California Resource Recovery Association Conference. We had a chance to welcome them to our great city, and this celebrates really members that are the unsung heroes working every day to better our environment. They're celebrating 50 years of working towards ending waste through education, reuse, recycling, and my favorite topic, composting. And it's something that we all should be taking part in, and Anaheim has always been so ahead of the curve in both recycling and finding creative ways to reuse both our trash as well as our organic waste. So happy to host that conference, and just want to thank everyone in the Public Works Department that's making it so successful. I know we've had a lot of positive feedback from those that have not been to our great city before. Last, I want to thank Alzheimer's Orange County. I was honored to recognize some of the inspiring heroes who dedicate their lives in the care for others. As most of us have someone in our family or someone in our circle touched, Alzheimer's and dementia has a profound impact on people, on families, and on lives. I want to thank Alzheimer's Orange County for allowing me to acknowledge the incredible work and stand in support of some incredible caregivers. And the other groups that provide resources to caregivers and their families. And to everyone in Anaheim who is a caregiver, thank you for your selfless compassion. It truly is an inspiration to all of us. And just want to end in acknowledging and wishing my council colleague, Mr. Fessel, a happy 52nd wedding anniversary to you and Mrs. Fessel. Congratulations on that very, very big milestone. So we are going to now move on to our city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I have one item. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and public. I'd like to invite up Chief Communications Officer Lister to talk about Chicano heritage in Anaheim.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken and Council. Joining me is Natalie Aguirre. We are proud to provide an update on what we've been doing to celebrate and promote Chicano Heritage Month, as requested last week by Councilmember Rubalcava. This is our second year of formally recognizing Chicano heritage, which holds a special place in Anaheim's history, with celebrations taking place across our city. Anaheim's libraries are leading our efforts with events including story times, performances, cooking demonstrations, and even the making of lowrider cars with boxes and other crafts materials. At the East Anaheim branch, we are holding a month-long community mural painting experience. This Saturday afternoon, the Sunkiss branch will hold a story time and performance celebrating Chicano as well as indigenous culture. Central Library will close out the month next Saturday with a special musical performance. You can find everything our libraries are doing at anaheim.net/Chicano Heritage. We have shared these events in our Andy Anaheim newsletter, on social media, and also saw coverage in last week's Anaheim Bulletin. Best of all, our residents can appreciate Anaheim's Chicano heritage all year round with the living history of iconic murals across our city. 3 of the murals, one at Manzanita Park, shown lower left, one at the downtown Anaheim Youth Center, shown lower right, and across from Little People's Park, shown across the top, are by iconic Chicano muralist Emigdio Vasquez. A 4th complementary mural was added to Little People's Park last year and also celebrates our city's Chicano culture. Now, Vasquez's daughter, Rosemary, who we had the honor of recognizing here at Council last week, will be displaying her father's art at the Center Gallery at the downtown Anaheim Community Center, as well as at neighboring Museo, starting this weekend and through September. We welcome everyone to experience these exhibits, as well as the murals we're proud to have across our city. We wish our community a meaningful Chicano Heritage Month and year-round recognition of its impact on Anaheim's history and culture.
That concludes the report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So we're now going to move on to address our City Council consent calendar. We have items 1 through 15 before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Fessel is going to pull item number 2. And I am going to pull item number 3. So seeing no other items or folks ringing in, may I have a motion to move the balance?
I'll move the balance.
Second? Anyone else? Second. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
Mayor and City Council, the consent calendar also included an item that needs to be reported pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 prior to taking final action. An oral summary shall be made of the salary and benefits to be paid to local elected electives. Item number 4 is approval of merits and other recommended adjustments to compensation to the City Council appointees, which include the City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk, as allowed under the Personal Rules and Policies for Non-Represented City Employees, Sections 4.6 and 4.7. As follows: the City Manager will receive it in the amount of $368,283, the City Attorney in the amount of $351,687, and for the City Clerk in the amount of $235,455 effective July 5th. The consent calendar also included approval of an ordinance, that's ordinance item number 15, ordinance number 6588, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adding section 1.08100 to chapter 1.08 of the Anaheim Municipal Code establishing the annual local housing trust fund. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So item number 2 was pulled by Councilmember Fessel. Sir, do you wish to hear a full staff report?
No, I do not, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank you personally for your willingness to recognize United Across Borders Foundation. Erica Robles and I came to know one another several years ago when she and I crossed paths early on in the pandemic while she was doing her best to feed a lot of the residents in some of the most impacted neighborhoods in Anaheim during the pandemic. And There were few people in Anaheim that worked as hard as she did and her small band of volunteers. I encouraged her the next year to apply to the Anaheim Community Foundation for a grant, and I think that was her first grant ever. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, Madam Mayor, for calling her out, and we'll see her, I'm sure, at the next meeting. But she's worked very, very hard, and it's been my honor to have supported her during her growth. And today she still works harder than ever, and not only in Anaheim, but across the county. So I just wanted to add that. That was all. And I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 3, I just wanted to pull to highlight the expansion of this item. I think one of the things that I'm most proud of with this council is a lot of the extraordinary measures we have taken to make our government more transparent, both as a city and with the partners that we work with. And so one of the things we did decide to change, and it's on our agenda this month, and just wanted to highlight for those that are watching, is not only do we have added to the agenda each month the professional service contracts that our city manager enters into that is within his council authority, but we are now going to be having the list of our Visit Anaheim subcontractor agreements that we have never before had on our agenda. So for people that have questions, just want to know what contracts are being entered into Visit Anaheim, they are going to be now part of this report, and just want to thank the team for their willingness to work towards a more transparent Anaheim. So thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to move this item.
Second.
And then a second, please vote. Great job, guys.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So moving on to item number 16, which is an update on the status of affordable housing policies. Mr. City Manager, as the team assembles, may we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening. Let me first introduce the team that is with me here tonight. It is a combination of our Housing and Community Development team, including Andy Nogel, who is our as Deputy Director, Kevin Clausen, who is our Community Investment Manager, and Ted White, who is our Deputy City Manager and Planning Director. We are here as a combined team because the policies, the item we'll be discussing tonight crosses over both of our disciplines, one in primarily impacting the production of affordable housing, but certainly has consequences for land use issues as well. So if you have questions, I will be phoning a friend. So for tonight, we are bringing forward an item which is a continued discussion of affordable housing policies. This item is brought forward to you tonight at the request of Mayor Aiken. Under her authority, she's requested that we have a continuing discussion of the HRNA report that was brought forth in late June. As you will recall, the City Council directed staff to begin a process of identifying a qualified consultant that could provide guidance to the council and the staff on production tools available to advance production of affordable housing, those things that are considered best practices. Through a competitive process, the staff identified HRNA to complete this work. And that work was presented first via a memo and then formally at a City Council meeting on March 26, 2024. As part of our presentation, the staff also took some time to look at these, the descriptions of these techniques and compare them side by side to things that are already in use in Anaheim. As a refresher, the consultant reviewed a number of issues. The land use and zoning regulatory piece included things such as expanding by right housing zoning. As you can see by the chart above, we took a deep dive into the things that have already been done in Anaheim, including things like adopting specific plans, overlay zones, and a number of other administrative items that the city received approval for either a prior city council or were able to adopt on our own. There have been additional flexibilities in design and development processes. One of the areas that was identified is a need for increasing workforce moderate income housing. We did that with a number of approvals, 5, I believe, to increase moderate housing under the Workforce Development Program, which was in combination with the California Development Authority. Incentive zoning was mentioned here, and as itemized on the chart, is not something that is currently in use in Anaheim. ADUs is another item that the state has put out a number of state regulations, and through our planning department, we have certainly adopted those, and planning has put forth the ADU Heim, which has really helped to streamline that process. And we've done other things, such as adopting a motel conversion ordinance that certainly helps with production of permanent supportive housing. That was done in combination with the Housing Authority and with the Planning Department. The report also took a look at financing tools, because for our deeper affordable housing, money is usually part of the equation necessary to make these developments viable. A big thank you to the City Council for moving the needle forward on one of the top items, which was the adoption of a local housing trust. We began that process last week on August 13, and through your recent action, I think we can go ahead and close out that circle and now make it a check mark. A housing loan fund, we certainly do that through our Housing Authority. We did inherit assets from the former redevelopment agency, and that is used to provide loans to affordable housing developers who are looking to advance production in our city. A commercial linkage fee is another one of those items that we know is a tool in the toolkit, but it has not been something that we've explored or here in Anaheim. And other measures such as post-redevelopment tax increment financing. That's really a place where some cities have taken the tax increment that used to come through redevelopment and dedicate it to affordable housing development. Next one. Other programs that the consultant recommended was looking at public and faith-based owned land. There's been a number of state regulations around faith-based partnerships. We've certainly open to that. We've had a number of conversations with faith-based organizations in Anaheim and continue to have those conversations. And the Housing Authority owns a number of sites, and all of those sites are slated for future development with very few exceptions, and those are really cases where it's a small remnant site and it's just not viable for the type of housing that we need in order to get state and federal funds. The land bank, while it is blank here, we did take a look at what is the concept of a land bank, and that is really to secure sites that then you put out through a ground lease and secure affordable housing into perpetuity. We would argue that the Housing Authority model pretty much largely covers that. Whether it's not land banking, our affordable housing production program is generally ground lease for 55 years. And at the end of the 55 years, that property returns to the Housing Authority. So it really does secure land into perpetuity. And then the maintenance of a housing dashboard is something that we hope to implement with the trust fund for transparency purposes, and so that the public could really see how we're utilizing those funds that are in there. The current city policy is found under resolution number 2018-106. That's our voluntary program. I think it was referenced tonight. We have, and is talked about briefly in the staff report, we have received contributions from 4 developers totaling roughly $561,000. Again, at the direction of the mayor, wanting to have further conversations on some of the things that are not currently in use in Anaheim, we are bringing forth tonight a deeper discussion on incentive zoning, called many different things in other places, affordable housing policies or inclusionary zoning. Basically, what this is a tool that is considered in many cities seeking to address their affordable housing challenges. The evaluation of the benefits and trade-offs of this type of policy are complex. And as stated in our own report produced by HRNA, there are pros and there are cons to this policy that should be taken fully into consideration when advancing this type of a policy. In Anaheim, there have been prior discussions as to whether or not this was the policy for Anaheim or not here to date. Following some pretty robust conversations, we've elected to look at other tools. A question that is often posed to us as well, who else in Orange County is using inclusionary housing? And so we did want to ensure that we addressed one of the common questions that we commonly get. Here is a heat map of who currently uses it: Brea, Huntington Beach, Irvine, La Habra, Laguna Woods, and most, Santa Ana was mentioned tonight, and last week, Costa Mesa advanced a program as well. Whenever considering an inclusionary zoning, it is a highly localized decision. And so it was, sometimes we are asked, well, how do you move forward and what makes best sense for Anaheim should we choose to go that direction? And then the response to that is that policies like this are highly localized. When we looked at the charts of who is even in Orange County moving forward this, we see different decision-making points. So for any policy-making body that might be considering something of this nature, the key decision-making points that you're looking at is, what type of product does a policy like this even apply to? Multifamily, which would be your apartment type product, and homeownership. That is certainly in some, you find some jurisdictions that do it for all, some that only affect one product over another for a multitude of reasons. What is the size of development project that such a policy would apply to? Again, when we looked at the other Orange County cities, it varies widely. Some apply to as low as 4 or 5 units. A jurisdiction like Huntington Beach says, you must include an inclusionary, you must build a unit within your development if you're building a development of more than 100 units. A wide variation there. Another decision-making point is affordability at what levels? Are you asking a developer to come and participate in the creation of affordable housing at extremely low, which is typically what the Housing Authority does at the 30% of the average median income? Or are we really looking to do something in what is commonly or become known as your workforce housing category, 60, 80, 100% AMI? And does that potentially make it more viable for a developer because perhaps what is being shaved off is not as deep? But those, again, policy considerations. And in any situation where a decision-making body decides that inclusionary is something that is appropriate for their locality, they are also adopting an in-lieu fee, which means that if you do not build within your development, then you're asked to provide an in-lieu fee, which is because it's not part of your development, contribute something so so affordable housing can be built somewhere else. And in-lieu fees range, there's quite a range of that as well, and a lot of latitude for councils to decide what that would look like. Generally speaking, there is there is a study that is recommended that looks at what is the gap between producing an affordable unit and not, what does that number look like. But when we looked at the chart of Orange County cities, here again, wide variation, as little as $10, as high as $40 a square foot. Again, all Orange County cities, what we're looking. We're certainly other models, LA and San Diego, that have numbers that probably don't quite make sense for a jurisdiction that is at an entry point for a discussion of this type. This is just basically what a proposal of what a chart could look like if we advance something like this. It's this framework for a policy discussion in terms of the decision-making points. We wanted to have it all in one single place to kind of look at this is what we're deciding on. As you'll note on the footnote here, we often get questions about, well, what's the difference between a density bonus and inclusionary? A density bonus generally applies to developments where you are asking to build more than our land use allows for, and we are talking about actually building units within the development versus an inclusionary, which may be, yes, you build on-site, but you also have the ability to pay an in lieu fee to not create the unit at that site. And because this is simply an exploratory conversation, this is about as deep as we'll get. So we will open for questions, and the team is prepared to help as much as we can.
Thank you so much to you and the team for putting so much work into that presentation. You already answered some of the questions that I was going to ask. Since I asked this to be agendized, I'm happy to kind of kick us off and just kind of answer some of the baseline questions about why this is important. I can say just as the mayor, I represent the city from Weir Canyon in District 6 to Beach Boulevard in District 1. And no matter where I am, whether I'm at a public utilities event, a youth sports event, a community services or charity event, all people are concerned right now in Anaheim about the cost of housing. And it seems even from our city council meetings, it's become the top priority for our residents. And I just want to thank the team. I think we do a remarkable job in our city in building housing and trying to be as housing friendly as we can. But I think given the report and some of the items that we have already ticked off, we have a unique opportunity right now to make a difference. We've established the Housing Trust, the first one in the county, which is amazing. We have some unique funding opportunities with Disneyland Forward giving us the first $15 million to that trust this year. And we have had some discussions, and there is some potential that we might be getting some additional support into the Housing Trust from ATID at the discretion of our other resort partners. However, that will be limited to being used for resort workers. And it will not be open and non-discretionary like the Disneyland Forward money. And I thought what was really interesting that you highlighted is I know prior councils have tried to tackle this issue and have historically preferred a voluntary program. But I just think the data shows that it has not been working. Developers, for whatever reasons, have not been participating or participating at nominal levels. Looking at the last 5 years, I know you grabbed some initial data of the amount of building permits that were issued. And even if we had a nominal policy, the data shows that we are leaving millions and millions of dollars on the table by not having an affordable housing policy. It can provide the development community certainty, knowing that they're all going to be treated the same, and it gives us flexibility to build affordable housing at different levels. If we can partner with our development community to build that missing middle, then maybe we can really focus on some of the hardest housing and our biggest need, which is that very low and low income housing. And of course, I know it comes up for discussion all the time, gets us to have one more feather in our cap when we talk to HCD about approving our our housing element by including an affordable housing ordinance. So I'm supportive of having an affordable housing ordinance and want to jumpstart the discussion by proposing that we direct staff to come back with an affordable housing ordinance using your expertise and your ability to analyze both what other city is doing as well as what our city needs, and recommend these appropriate levels both for, I think you mentioned in lieu fees, or whether we want to have just on-site units built, the thresholds that a potential policy would apply to, what applicable project size, renter versus owner occupied, and we can have what percentage could possibly be required for eligibility. I mean, as we've seen around the county, we have a lot of information in cities that we can lean on and we can learn from. But I think, as a speaker said earlier, we need to give you as many tools as possible to help you do what you do best, which is really build the housing and address the housing needs for the city and the residents of Anaheim. So I wanted to just follow up on a couple questions. You had mentioned that we have 4 developers that have donated to our voluntary program. What year did the voluntary program start? Was that 2018? And do we have a set rate that we, I guess not mandate, but do we have a set rate that the voluntary donations are set at, or what is our recommendation right now?
The voluntary program does not have a set rate, and the staff does not recommend an amount. The way the voluntary program is set up is that they do meet with my team, who serves as an ombudsman referred to us from the planning team when an entitlement process happens, to encourage the inclusion of affordable housing development. And then during that discussion, we talk about density bonus, we talk about other merits of affordable housing development, and then the developer really decides whether or not this is something that they would like to participate at what rate. What has happened is the first developer who did voluntarily participate at their own decision-making point gave $1,000 a door. And so other developers have asked, well, what have other people given? We've shared that information with them, but in no way, shape, or form is that a fee that staff either recommends or moves, because it is completely voluntary. And maybe I'll lean into Ted a little bit to add to that if he would like to.
No, she said it perfectly. That's exactly how it happens, and nothing further to add.
And so since 2018, I noticed there's 4 projects that have participated with the developer donations. Do we know what percentage of projects in total that is?
We don't. I don't think we have numbers at the ready for that. If I had to guess, I'd say somewhere in the 30 to 40% range. I'd say likely less than half, but no, I don't have numbers at the ready.
Okay. And I know you mentioned the density bonus option that is that something that is a city policy, or is that's mandated or an option available by the state?
Yes, density bonus is state law that allows for, and we adopt and have a local ordinance that is consistent with state law that provides for incentives as a developer could choose to include affordable units as part of the project. The deeper the affordability, and the greater the percentage of affordable units, the greater that the incentives are that are offered to them, and there's a formula, a very, very specific formula for how that works, and that is state law. It's consistent with across all cities in California.
I know in prior discussions, we have looked at kind of the 5-year going back in time about we know how many building permits we've issued, we know how many units have been built, and I believe it's around 3,800 units have been built in the last 5 years. While hard to estimate, do you have an idea of if we had had an affordable housing ordinance, what that would have resulted in lieu fees if they had to participate?
We did prepare a chart for discussion for following a prior council meeting and did present it in full disclosure to the ad hoc committee. There's a whole bunch of caveats to presenting this information, which includes things like had there been a fee and a developer looked at their financials, there's a possibility that they may not have built the product, or they may have changed the product. So out of fairness to that possibility being a reality, we do want to caveat that. But simply looking at what was built in the last 5 years, assuming that it all would have continued to move forward, we did take a look at what potentially is generated if the fee is $5 a square foot, if it's $10, if it's $15. Where these numbers come from is looking at all of the inclusionary housing ordinances in Orange County and looking at what's the most conservative and what's leaning towards more aggressive. That's where these numbers come from. So, and then there's some math that takes into account what the average square foot is for what's been built in our city. So there's a lot of pre-qualifiers to what this number is, but generally speaking, we were comfortable with showing this as what we believe to be the potential. Again, in some jurisdictions, they've elected not to attach a fee to single family, and so if you pull that out, it gives you a different figure. If you again only apply it to single family, which we don't really ever see, we mostly see that it's either applies to both or only to multifamily.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure some of my colleagues have questions, so I'm going to move on and probably reserve some questions for later. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You asked a couple of questions that I had noted I wanted to ask. In the cities that you looked at, did you look and see if the rate of build changed after they implemented these rates, these developer fees, whatever you want to call them? Did we see did the cities experience any decline in development?
Well, I think you heard from one of our speakers about Irvine and Santa Ana in terms of production continuing in those areas. But there are a number of other smaller jurisdictions, your San Clementes, your San Juan Capistranos that are on this list, where I think production has remained nominal. It's hard to tell whether it's a result of the inclusionary housing or because like for San Juan Capistrano, they apply their threshold is for anything, and that's 6 units or higher.
No.
So it's hard to tell. Certainly, to be fair, the building industry will tell you that it has an effect, and I think commonsensically we would think that there is some effect. I mean, to say that there would be no effect would be disingenuous because you are asking a developer to take on inclusion of restricted rents that they probably did not initially think about when they were putting together their performance.
Unless that that ordinance would be already in place, they would plan for that.
Right. What we were told during one of the iterations of this discussion, when we did have roundtables with private developers and affordable developers. We were told unilaterally by the private communities, like, we want a level playing field, and if you have a policy, then that factors into what we're willing to pay for the land. And that is where we attempt to make up the difference in what it's going to cost us to include an affordable unit in our development.
Okay. As you were doing all of this research, getting the reports, the information, was there any sweet spot that you found where there would be somewhat of a level playing field between a private developer, nonprofit developer, or affordable developer that would more or less even out that playing field? Because the illumination foundations of the world are getting lots of incentives and help in their developments that the private developer is not getting, but the private developer is making a lot more money on the project. So is there any place where it looks to even out?
Because these ordinances vary quite widely, it's difficult to definitively answer that, but what I will do is I'll lean into what the development community told us during those roundtable discussions, which have been some time, but their feedback was that about 10% inclusionary is what they could tolerate. And when I look at the table, generally speaking, for Orange County, the majority of jurisdictions that have adopted are about 10%. And it tends to be primarily for multifamily development. We do see some Orange County cities having leaned into home ownership, but I think the majority that have larger, more robust programs, they really are at requesting inclusion in their multifamily developments. They're larger product sizes. Generally, when you're building 30 to 50 is about the touch point that we see them applying. A lot of jurisdictions are really, they're targeting the higher development because if you want to be fair to the development community and have them recoup some of their costs, they can do that when they're building a larger product. And then I think a lot of where there's a vast variation, and it's particularly difficult to answer that question, is in the in-lieu fee, in terms of what do you charge if they don't include the unit in the development itself, because that really is all over the place.
Yeah. So in your work, before coming here tonight, were most of the developers just doing the affordable piece, or were most of them paying the in-lieu fees? Do you know?
It varies by jurisdiction. Certainly in Irvine, they're an anomaly in that they have land. Most of their inclusionary is built into their actual developments. We see in Santa Ana about half and half. We've talked to them. It's been a little bit of time, but they do get money paid. But they've also gotten units built.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this item to the City Council. I don't have any questions. I'm in the wrong time, or can I just make comments? Or
Yeah, sure.
okay, all right. So we all want affordable housing, no question. We all want affordable housing. It's very hard to bring real affordable housing to a production. Let's start with land costs. While in most of the states, the house itself or the building itself costs more than the land, in California, the land costs more than the house. I'm going to give you an example. West Anaheim, Stanton, Buena Park. The land to build a single home the cost is about $650,000, just the land. Then to build a single home, $350,000. That's $1 million just to build a single home in West Anaheim, Buena Park, Stanton, that area. Right? Let's continue. The materials, from the last 3 years, material have gone up between 30 and 50%. 30 and 50%. Every nail, every piece of wood that you put had doubled in price. Labor costs and worker compensation have gone up tremendously, tremendously. Regulations. That's Sacramento favorite word, regulations. Regulations have made housing in California super costly, very expensive. They are the key to the high cost of housing in California. Fees. Fees are never ending going up. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees before you put a building on the ground. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we had high interest loans, almost impossible to get construction loan these days with high interest. Then we had the NIMBYs. California is the groundbreaking for NIMBYs. We don't want anything next to our houses. Nobody wants to talk about this, but it's the reality. People don't want anything next to their houses. And the biggest deterrent for housing in California is something called single residential zoning. Nobody wants to talk about this, but that's the reality. If you look at the zoning in Anaheim, the majority of the land is single home residential. That's the biggest stopper of housing in Anaheim. Nobody wants to touch it, but it's the reality. Now, more fees, more regulations, and more bureaucratic mandates will decrease the housing production. Do you know that every year California is producing less and less and less housing? Every year, less housing, less housing, less housing. So instead of tackling the problem, Sacramento keep putting more regulation on top of that. If we are not producing enough housing, let's see what the problem is. But it's a hard conversation, so nobody wants to touch it. The state of California has the biggest tool to increase housing production. And it's the resurrection of the redevelopment agency. It could be with some changes, so a small jurisdiction won't abuse it like they used to be, but that's the biggest tool that the state of California has. I'm willing to look at some stuff. For example, I'm willing to look at the tax incentive. Let's say we receive $10,000 a year in property taxes. Something is built there, and then we're gonna receive $50,000 in property taxes. I'm willing to give a portion to a developer or to the city, to our housing department, and that could be used to affordable housing. I'm willing to look into when we sell a surplus land to put that money into the housing so we can use it for future affordable housing. So I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you, Mayor, for the chance.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. I'm glad we're having this discussion because I think the way that it was posed is Anaheim should have an affordable housing ordinance. And I think it's challenging to argue against something like that, but I think the issue for me is that we're only looking at one item that would potentially lead to affordable housing. I do agree that housing, we need more affordability. Clearly, in the district that I represent, there are many individuals who have their rents raised constantly and other issues. But I think that For me, there are probably other underlying issues that we should really be addressing when it comes to affordability, and maybe that's ways that we might be able to look at enforcing current state laws. I know we have public commenters who come in and talk about, I think it's AB 1482, I can't remember. Yeah, AB 1482. And I really think that there is a missed opportunity for us to enforce the laws that are already in place that have been implemented by the state. And why reinvent the wheel when we can maybe look at what are the enforcement mechanisms there? The one thing I am concerned about when it comes to inclusionary, you guys mentioned Irvine and Santa Ana. Irvine's a unique 50-year-old city compared to Anaheim. They have 2 property owners that own all the land in the city, which is the Irvine Company and Five Point. So I think when you have developers who have penciled in all of these costs and fees into their development plans, it makes it a lot easier for them to include these into their projects. So that's not what we're dealing with in Anaheim. We have I think for us, it's challenging to attract developers. We want to make sure that we're getting people here who are building. So I do caution against making it more difficult from the expense side to develop properties here. Santa Ana is also unique. If we look at the historical ways of development, I think 1 or 2 big projects are what generated the majority of those housing units. So that's something that I'm a little concerned about. And I know that they've had to lower their in lieu fees because the majority of those developers actually did not build affordable in most cases. They gave in lieu and they actually had to lower their in lieu fees because projects were starting to decline. So that's something I think is a concern that I was aware of what's going on in Santa Ana. So I think I'm more interested in looking at other ways to figure out how we could enhance the affordability opportunities in Anaheim. Inclusionary, I think for me is a challenge because I don't think I'm sold on the fact that it actually generates additional affordable housing units in the city. The other concern that I have is a quality of life issue that really impacts District 3, and I know our Public Works director is well aware of this, and so is our economic development director, which is parking. And when we require affordable, it then triggers laws that the state has implemented that takes any parking requirements, or at least minimizes our ability to require certain amounts of parking, which further impact areas like District 3 and the surrounding districts in the city. So I think that there's probably, of course I want to see more affordability in the city. I just don't think this gets us there. And I am concerned that it will lower or slow production instead of invite production to our city. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. I'm concerned with inclusionary. I mean, if you go back to the chart where you had blanks, but some of that. No, go to the one where you had what we could have collected if we would have collected it. There you go. Okay, so I understand that bottom line is a lot of money, but had we collected that money, that would have been passed on to the market rate units. And I think, as the mayor said, everybody in the city is struggling with house affordability. Everybody in the state is struggling with housing affordability. And I don't want to get affordable housing on the backs of other families who miss the cutoff. Everybody's struggling with that, and we need to be fair across the board. And so having the city take an active role, as we have in the past, when there was redevelopment in creating affordable housing and finding maybe some mechanisms, tax increment, working with the state and trying to have them come back with a statewide funding source. It's not redevelopment, but have it directed towards housing. Maybe it's not as much money, it has better oversight, has some things, but that seems like an across-the-board solution that would benefit all Californians. So I would love to research something like that. I'm very happy or proud of the work that we've done in creating the Housing Trust Fund. Disneyland has, implemented a great deal of money to get us started, and hopefully we can parlay that into some great programs for people. I also think that that gives other opportunities for us to put more money in there when that money is available. And when we, get the LPMR money, is there some ongoing allocation of that the city could carve out? I know right now, in the next few years, that's not going to be an option, but we've got $15 million for the next few years that can help us kind of get us going on some of these units. So I think that we're doing a really good job of doing unique things that are right for our city. And moving forward with some of those things, I think, is important. I also think the Housing Trust Fund, let me ask this because I don't know if it's true, if like foundations want to donate to that, is that, it's donating to a nonprofit, right? So they would get some sort of tax benefit to that? Is a Housing Trust Fund considered a nonprofit?
Currently, it is not. Currently, it's a city vehicle, but we left the language open so that it can receive money from multiple types of vehicles. That is a council directive. It could be a 2.0 or, an arm in the future, but currently it is set up as a public trust with the city council sitting as the governing body.
Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe we can explore what that means, because I'm just thinking as we look for resources or monies to go into the Housing Trust Fund, sometimes foundations, organizations, businesses are looking for ways that they can make a difference and make donations into housing opportunities, and that may be a way to do it. I mean, when you have a developer, their goal is to create a project that pencils out for them, and this is going to make that harder. When you have a foundation or a nonprofit that is looking to do some sort of good in the community, that's a different resource maybe that we can look at. So I'd like a little more information on that too. But yeah, I'm not sold on inclusionary, and I think that we need to look at our Housing Trust Fund and the resources that we have right now and figure out how we can continue good work that we're doing.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as I will echo my colleagues, in that I think we all want more affordable housing for our residents, right? And so I think as we're having this conversation, for me, it's about what opportunities we have before us and what tools that could be in our toolbox that we could leverage. So I'm looking at something that would allow the private sector, the developers, to really be more of a partner with us in helping the city and our community to create more of those housing opportunities that residents can realistically afford. But before we go into some other questions, if we could take a step back, I think for the benefit of our residents, Grace, can you tell us what is affordable? How do we define that?
Affordable is defined in many ways, and it often is subject to the funding source. We have charts. 100% of the average median income, do we have the chart, is the HUD and the state put these numbers out. Do you have the chart with the, yeah, and I guess I can. So in some programs, affordable is defined as extremely low to very low. A prime example of that is like our subsidized Section 8 program is really looking to target our extremely low and our very low population. We have some of our missing middle CSCDA programs. Those tend to target the 80 to 120%. For homeownership products, 120 at the moderate rate is considered an eligible buyer for the purposes of low-income homeownership. So it's probably not the most direct answer, but the best way to describe it is that there are income bands, and within each income band, you can determine what you can afford. So obviously, if you're extremely low, that's at the bottom end of income. As we get toward the low and the moderate, we're talking about closer to the average income of a household in Orange County and Anaheim. But I hope that answers it somewhat.
This graphic is helpful, and I appreciate it. Do you have any data or numbers on what the city of Anaheim demographics look like?
In terms of percentage of who lands in what bucket, we do have that. Unfortunately, we did not prepare a graphic for that tonight, but certainly can provide that as a follow-up.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, and I would appreciate that. Can you talk about, over the last 5 to 10 years, can you share how many market rate units have been built versus affordable housing units?
So this table does, if you ignore the numbers, does outline the number of units that have been built. This is a to 2019, a 5-year look-back period. And it does attempt, well, it does, we got these numbers from the planning department in terms of building permits that have been pulled. It does include ADUs. Do you want to tackle that a little bit more? Do you have the specific, like, the math numbers on that? This is another table which is for, in response to our RENA allocation. We have now completed the 5th cycle. It does describe units built based on income levels, and so it suggests that we have built over 8,000 units over moderate, and you can see very low income, 298. Those are largely units that have been produced by the Housing Authority, because those are as 50% or lower AMI units, and then smaller numbers between the moderate and the very low income.
And then can you clarify the allocated units versus the produced units?
Certainly, the allocated units are what are prescribed to us through the RENA allocation process. In other words, our goals given to us by the state. The quantified objectives are what the staff puts forward as what we believe realistically, given our resources and our capacity, what we can put forward.
So for the 5th cycle, am I correct, is how I'm reading this, that we had in the 5th cycle, 2013 to 2021, there were 1,256 very low income plus 907 low income housing units that we needed to produce. And instead of producing whatever 1,256 plus 907 is, we produced 298 and 71 respectively.
That's correct.
And for the allocated units for the above moderate, we were allocated 2,501 units, and we produced 8,312 above moderate housing units. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason why I want to highlight that is because we've gotten concerns from residents in District 2, and even folks that I've grown up with that are Anaheim residents that cannot afford to be Anaheim homeowners. And it's very concerning that we're at a point now where folks don't want to leave the city. They want to stay here, but we're not producing enough very low income or low income, even moderate income housing units to help those folks, help those families. So can I ask so instead of the 1,256, we created 298 units. In the last 5 years, are there any housing projects that have come before us that would have been affected by an inclusionary zoning policy? And if so, what would have been the effect?
If we go back to the chart that Kevin had earlier, you can see the units and that have been constructed since 2019. And the policy or the number of units that would have been affected by an inclusionary housing ordinance obviously would have been directed by council, and it would have depended on the ordinance. For example, I wouldn't expect necessarily that accessory dwelling units would likely be subject to an ordinance. And certainly discretion from council, as you heard Grace mention earlier, on whether single-family attached units would have been subject to the ordinance, but really all of that would have been at the discretion of council in terms of which units would have been affected by an ordinance. Some common practices, again, exclude smaller scale developments, so there's a threshold so that you don't prevent missing middle housing from occurring, and it's really directed at the larger scale developments. So there just really are a lot of variables that could be considered as part of a future ordinance if the council chose.
Got it. No, and I appreciate that. Two more quick questions. And Grace, I don't know if you have this to show or if maybe you can follow up about just for awareness and looking at the broader landscape of the city, if we have a heat map that could illustrate where our affordable housing units that we've built, where they're located in the city, I think that would be helpful to take a look at as well. And then one other question that I had was, and I know that you touched upon this a little bit, the voluntary contributions. Can you repeat for me how many developers have contributed to that?
To your question on the heat map, we can certainly produce that. We do track everything that we build, and we have a pretty robust report that breaks it down by district. So we will have that as a follow-up item for you. In terms of how many developments paid, it was 4 developments that paid.
4 developments that paid?
Yes.
Out of how many?
These are units.
We don't have a total number of developments. As I had estimated earlier, I would guess that might be, again, in the 30% range, something to that effect. Again, this would have been, some of them that have paid, there's been a mix of for sale and for rent. And some have taken advantage of the density bonus, others have not. There is quite a bit of variability there, and I'm sorry, but we don't have the total number of units.
If I can add context to that.
Your microphone went off.
If I can add a little bit of context to that. So our team meets with all housing developers that are forwarded to us by the planning team. And so we walk them through all of our affordable housing programs. And so we've only had 4, and we meet with dozens of housing developers annually. So just to give you some context. We've only had 4 that have offered.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, so I think you answered this question. I'm going to ask it just in case. Is our city staff ever in a situation where you're meeting with a developer and a developer's talking to you about a project, and then they're asking you how much they should be voluntarily contributing for a project to be brought forward for the council?
Yeah, I'll have to answer yes. We have had developers ask, and as Grace mentioned, because we do not have a mandatory ordinance that would allow us to ask for that, it's an answer that we can't give. So as Grace mentioned, I think the $1,000 that we received from those developers was based on that initial precedent that was set by the first developer.
Got it. Okay. I will pause there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up, if I could, on Councilmember Leon's question. So the chart we had with the developer donations was 576 units. And would that be comparable to the time frame where you had about 3,800 units built?
Roughly.
Because that would be about 14% of the units
Yes,
are
but
affordable.
I think it's important to note, though, that there are very low, units in there that wouldn't have been, that are already affordable by nature. There's also ADUs that are in there that we're not meeting with an individual homeowner, for example, who is looking to build an accessory dwelling unit and asking them to provide, and nor would the various levels of very low and low income units. They would have already been baked into there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions. I'm just going to make a couple of statements. I think I'm the only one of the dais here that sat through and participated in all three of the ad hoc committees, if I'm not mistaken. And the last two, certainly, I think have been the most, generated the most information. Back in very early 2023, Madam Mayor, I was the one that suggested to staff that we bring up the issue of having, what became the third ad hoc committee, housing committee, and I asked that both you and at that point, who was the Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Rubalcaba, sit on that with me. And we went through a number of meetings and got a significant amount of information, as you may both remember. And all of that work, I think, culminated to today. And what I see before us is that receiving an update on affordable housing policies and provide direction regarding any further desired actions. And I absolutely support that. Now, what those actions are, maybe they will be inclusionary. And while 7 years ago I probably wasn't a fan, I might be today. I'm not sure, because I have to see what this is. Is it, $5 a foot? Is it $1 a foot? I think it needs to be more than a voluntary $1,000 a door. That I absolutely know. And Madam Mayor, I support moving ahead with added discussions, and we've heard a lot of comments from our colleagues today about their concerns. And is this going to run up the cost of the project? After 7 years in this seat and all the many, many meetings that many of us have had with staff on this, I think we need to do more. I'm not sure what the more is, but I'm convinced that we need to do more. I would like the staff, based upon everything that they've heard tonight from me and all of us, Madam Mayor, based upon your direction, let's have them come back and give us a variety of suggestions. And if my colleagues want to blow them out of the water, let them. But if something, if something lands that we can agree on, I think it's important that we do that. Sending staff away today and not moving anything forward, I think is a huge mistake, because we put so much staff time and our own time into this at this point. Let's see what we can do. We may never agree on anything, but I think cutting it short tonight is the wrong thing to do. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for just allowing me to offer a perspective here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rubalcaba, and then back to Councilmember Meeks.
I just want to comment on my colleague's comment. I don't think anybody is denying the fact that we want to move something forward. I think that some of us just have expressed that one of the items that we're discussing tonight is not something that is probably helpful. But I think that for the most part, I would agree with you that of course we want to take some of staff's recommendations, but we've only been talking about one item so far. So, and I think the majority of us, because I've been paying attention to everybody's comments, have suggested that there are other things that we could do on the affordable housing side that we're not talking about tonight. So
Councilmember Fessel, to your point, I do think it would be nice to see other ways, including ways to fund our housing trust, to potentially provide first-time home buyer loans, which is something that is the fastest and most sustainable way out of poverty. I think I've mentioned this before when the redevelopment agency was here. My husband and I were able to purchase our first townhome. So I do think that there is value in that. So I don't think anybody, at least from what I heard, I don't think anybody is opposed to creating opportunities for affordable housing to be developed in our city. So I will just mention that. One of the things I do have questions though, who enforces and oversees the affordable portion of projects? So once a developer says, we're going to do 20% of our project will be affordable, who enforces that those units continue to be affordable after their development is approved in the city? Because this is probably part of our affordability challenges in our city. We have nobody enforcing that.
My department enforces that. We, even for tax credits, we have a monitoring arm. I do have staff that work with not only the housing authority, but those that have maybe gone out after tax credits. In all of these cases, there's an agreement. We have an affordable housing interest list. The developers then let us know when they have openings, and we maintain that list. It currently has about 25 to 30,000 people, and so we do this exercise where it's like we look at the characteristics of the open unit against those people on our waiting list, and then we send them emails so that they can respond to those things, because we do have a variation of affordable housing. One is project-based vouchers, which require maintenance of a waiting list, and it's very prescribed as to how people go. But then we have another inventory of affordable housing that is not necessarily subsidized. It is just similar to this. The rent is restricted, and we monitor both.
And those would be units that came out of your department, right? That were built, like Finnemore, for example.
A density bonus, senior ordinance units, so not necessarily coming out, but they came out of a policy directive. So the senior ordinance didn't necessarily come out of housing community development. It's a land use issue, so we monitor for compliance with the senior ordinance, and we monitor for compliance with the density bonus.
So what about other developments like Ted, or I think you mentioned that 4 of our projects had affordable elements to, or they paid the in lieu fee. So other projects that had the 20% component to it, but they're not out of your housing and development, but they came out of planning, who is monitoring those?
Also Grace's department. So the difference between, this isn't just done by city ordinance, this is actually a deed restricted covenant that is put on the land that requires this. So this is actually, there's a very significant level of enforcement and monitoring that is done by Grace's department anytime that there is a deed restricted affordability covenant put on the property, which happens through density bonus state law in the form of an affordable housing agreement that is overseen and administered by Grace's department.
And what's the process for your team to oversee and administer? Because I'm curious, I know they expire as well, right? So depending on how long the covenant is, it could no longer be valid. So is there a policy opportunity for us to extend that affordability requirement?
That is voluntary. We do keep records. We actually do have to report to the state annually what's our inventory of affordable housing and what has expiring covenants on that. There's been a number of occasions where we know that they're coming. We reach out to the owner and we attempt to offer incentives up to and including things like infusing some cash for rehabilitation, or because like for our senior ordinance, we've had 2 or 3 where they were 30, 40 years old, and so they could use some refreshing. We have not been wildly successful in that because they've been restricted for 30 years, and what you can get in rent versus what you can get in restriction is there's quite a gap, and most owners are, having complied with their affordability period, are ready to go market rate. But yes, preservation of our existing stuff is one of the things that we look at, and it is one of the places that we're hoping to be able to do a little more. But again, completely voluntary. It's up to the owner at their discretion as if they want to comply.
Okay, so that's an interesting part. So it's completely voluntary for them to report it to us or to comply with which part?
We know when they're about to expire, and their state law also, they have to notify their tenant a year in advance. I believe the mayor, the city manager, and ourselves are all getting these notifications that the affordability is about to expire. It is during that period that we have conversations with them. The voluntary part of them is whether or not they want to participate in any incentives or any conversations about extending the affordability beyond the time that they initially agreed to, which is generally, for the older ones, about 30 years.
Okay. And then I think that actually was the majority of my questions related, because you answered the homeownership part and the enforcement of affordability. So I'm curious as to how many units that we do have that are about to expire, that are coming up, and if there's ways that we might be able to offset that challenge.
We do have that number. We can certainly provide that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up real quick on, because I want to be clear, because I do agree with my council colleague that there are many different policies that we can look at. The one that I was interested in bringing forward today, and I know this is where different wordage gets us in trouble, but the motion that I'm going to make, that I'm making, and I'll make it right now, is to have staff give staff direction to draft an affordable housing ordinance and bring it back to us with suggestions on all of these questions that fits the best for Anaheim and makes the most sense for our development community, including, to my council colleague, Councilmember Fessel's point, what price per square foot works for us? What percentage of affordability do we want to ask market rate developers to do? What is the threshold? Is it 5 units, or is it 20 units and above? Those are the ones that I would like to have staff, similar to when we crafted the housing trust, use their expertise and to the best of their knowledge, come back and provide us guidance on. But my motion will be, just to be specific, to give staff direction to draft an affordable housing ordinance to bring back to us for consideration on these specifics. That, of course, does not mean that we are precluding anyone else from looking at other ideas, looking at a land trust, looking at potential land banks. This is just one more tool of the many tools that were listed in this report that I am asking us to move forward on. So that is my motion.
A second on that? I have a
Sorry, I got a little bit out of order, but
yeah, I've got a question on that. And I'm wondering, rather than bringing back an ordinance, could they bring back what would be in an ordinance, maybe in 2-3 different ways, so that we don't argue every detail, and so that we leave when they bring it back, we don't leave with anything. What I'm looking at is, is it from 5% up to 25%? Pick the 2 that seem to work best in Anaheim, but in the square footage also, what works best in Anaheim? And I'd really like to be able to talk about a couple of options at that time before I have to make a decision about voting. Is that possible?
Well, I think the thought, and this, I'll just tell you my thought process, was to bring back a draft ordinance for us to do that. So if it's something that, $15 a square foot just makes you queasy, but it's like, no, actually I'm okay with 10, then we can make that change and then put it forward so that we can have a first reading. Any change to a draft ordinance means we wouldn't be able to have the first reading of the ordinance, but that's okay. We've done that in different contexts, but I think instead of having us, I guess, make sausage from the dais, I'd like to have the team put together a range or a plan that makes sense, given their subject matter expertise on it.
If they have the backup material for all the questions that we might ask. So if an ordinance comes, or the language comes with 10%, and I say, wow, what does 15% look like? They would have that. So, do you understand that? I don't want to say, well, we have to research that and then come back again.
Can I maybe intervene? So one of the difficulties, I think, that staff has in coming back with ordinances that are sort of vaguely described by the council is that it's difficult to pinpoint exactly what should be proposed without more specific direction. So if the council were to vote to have the council, for an ordinance to come back, that's fine, but it may be more efficient for a single advocate of this to work with staff to propose something. As an example, the mayor has agenda-setting authority independent. She doesn't need a motion necessarily, although getting some sort of symbolic support, I'm sure, would be good. But were she to utilize that agenda-setting authority, then staff would work with the mayor. And staff would consider all the comments made today and be able to propose something that may be more succinct. It may not be universally accepted, but at least it's more succinct. So that's another option that might make it easier for staff to come back with something that's a little bit more precise.
I guess my question is, there's certain, I think with all of the information that we have before us, at some point, decisions need to be made. And I think a preliminary decision is, do we want to even entertain the concept of having an affordable housing ordinance or not? That's a preliminary policy decision that we need to make going forward. And if it's the opinion of this council that we don't want to go down any path of having an affordable housing ordinance, then that's staff direction. But if we do want to go down the path of exploring an affordable housing ordinance, I would like staff to weigh in. Well, what's a moderate plan that we can do that is not hurtful to building, but also helps us involve the development community in the conversation of affordable housing? Do you understand my?
Sure. So what I think I hear you saying is if you want to have a vote of this council to see whether you even go forward on some sort of affordable housing or inclusionary housing ordinance, and it sounds like the mayor would respect one way or the other. And then if the answer is to go forward, I think we get to that point where it'd be good for staff to have some sort of somebody they can work with, whether it's the mayor or an ad hoc committee or whatever, that would be able to get some precision to staff and some direction as to what would make best sense from a policy perspective. Obviously, working with the staff's recommendations as well.
And if it does go forward, I mean, Councilmember Fessel is my second. I'm happy to include him and have us in partnership work on something. But I think we need to get above this first hurdle.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a point of clarification? Please. Would it be possible as a happy medium where we direct staff to come back with an ordinance, but from what I'm hearing you say is that it's gonna, the motion that you're making, obviously it is giving staff direction based on their expertise and the research that they're gonna make to come back to us with a draft ordinance. Can we have that be the motion, but since they're gonna be doing the research, maybe half of that research and information ready to go for Mayor Pro Tem for the next meeting? Is that a happy medium?
I don't necessarily mean the next meeting, because that's an awful lot of research.
Whenever this is coming back.
Yeah. And I heard one key thing that I think Grace that said, also work with that development community to come up with something that makes sense for Anaheim. And so that will take a little bit of time, I think. But somebody mentioned before, we have about the best housing staff around. So I am satisfied that they would do enough research, but I just I know that we're going to all give them questions about, well, what if this were the case? Or what if this were the case? Hopefully they have that and say, yeah, we looked at that, doesn't work because of, or does work, or, no ADUs and no single family, or however your recommendation is going to be.
Correct, and I think that was my original motion. I was just going to make it more broad if that was easier, but my original motion was just to direct staff to draft an ordinance they could bring back to us. And nothing precludes any person on this council from having individual meetings to get clarification, to understand why they made the recommendation that they did prior to this ordinance coming back. I'm always hesitant I am advancing this policy, but I would like to have, if council, I kind of voluntold Councilmember Fussell, but if he's willing to stick with me and just bounce ideas with me, with our staff on drafting this ordinance, I think it would help us more to come back with a concrete recommendation from the staff on the 4 factors that really any affordable housing ordinance does contain. As what we can do in Anaheim that doesn't stifle development, but actually helps us move the ball forward on the gaps of affordable housing that need to be built.
I have a question. I think I was next after Carlos.
I think actually Councilmember Meeks
Okay, I did have a couple more questions. And you may not have these numbers, but in the last 5 years, how many Section 8 vouchers have we added to our program?
Off the top of my head, it's about 250. We did get a allocation of emergency housing vouchers that had put out for specifically to address the homeless issue in, it was a national allocation, so regionally, but that's the growth of the program, is about 250.
Okay, in the last 5 years?
Yeah,
Okay.
and
that does weigh
program's
into
been a
our
little bit
very
stagnant.
low-income housing affordability. I mean, that's basically providing them a unit. It's not building a new one, but it is providing very low-income
That's correct.
housing.
The challenge with the Section 8 program is that it's budget-based, so I have 2 numbers to work with. One is how many vouchers do I actually have, which, like a checkbook, I have, let's say 100, but then I also get a budget. And if my budget only is enough for 50, then that's what I house. And so the Section 8 program has unfortunately experienced some funding challenges.
And that's funded through the federal?
Yeah.
All right. It's a good program, and I hope that they figure out funding for that. The other question I have is maybe just a way to make it easier for people to incorporate affordable into their project. I know we have standards for affordable housing, and we haven't really talked about those. Are they size, finishes? I noticed in at least one of the cities, their affordable units could be like 15% smaller than their market rate units and things. So how do we make it more attractive for developers to incorporate those in a financially feasible way?
We do have development standards for affordable, and it does vary. Andy has a pretty robust conversation with them. We do require a little more input and working with us more strategically when we own the land, when we're giving a loan and we're giving project-based vouchers, because we have a lot of skin in the game. And so what we are trying to do, in addition to providing affordable housing, is be good neighbors and ensure that the community also benefits from a nice development that preserves their property value. So in those cases, we do have pretty significant development standards, but in terms of smaller sizes or things of that nature, I think I'll let you deal with that.
So we do have residential design guidelines that were approved by the city council a number of years ago, decades.
Years ago, yes.
And so all of our developers that participate in all of our affordable housing programs, albeit density bonus and whether we have a loan, they must conform to these development standards. And so that's something that we enforce in the Housing Community Development Department.
It's something, and I'm not talking about reducing the quality of the outside of the building or bringing, building a big concrete blocks with, ugly windows or something. I mean, I understand the architectural standards on the outside and building a quality project because, you want it to be an asset to the neighborhood. But I believe that some of our standards for the units may need to be looked at. And if you think about it, as you noted, those standards were put together decades ago. And if you look at housing trends for market rate between decades ago and today, they are smaller. People just can't afford this. So I would like to look at that and see if there are changes that could be made there that make it more financially feasible to build affordable.
Councilmember Rubalcava, I believe, is next, and then Councilmember Fessel.
I'm uncomfortable coming back with an ordinance without having a discussion about what actually will potentially be in that ordinance. And I'll give you an example. When we did the hotel worker safety ordinance, there was clear direction given to staff to utilize the basis of the referendum that was brought forward by Unite Here Local 11 to help create an ordinance. And we basically followed much of their language but enhanced it further. I feel like I'm being bulldozed into this ordinance because I also have concerns about this. It's a blanket affordable housing ordinance. And of course, I want to vote for something like that, but we don't even know what's in it. And I think that we have to be very mindful with the policies that we're creating for our city. And perhaps we should be more transparent about the policies that we are creating related to housing and not just bundle it up into something that sounds really sexy, for lack of a better, there's no other way to put it. Of course, this sounds like a wonderful thing to put on a headline, but I feel uncomfortable asking staff to come back with an ordinance without clear direction as to what are the opportunities for us to actually tackle affordable housing in the city of Anaheim. So I would prefer that we ask staff to come back with recommendations. I know that we've gone through this exercise and we've received information from this third party that we've paid to conduct a study that came back with the majority of the things that we're already doing in our city. But perhaps you guys can come back with the 3 things that you think make sense, and we can create 3 different policies that are specific to each of these initiatives. I just think that we're putting ourselves in a very compromising position if we just do one blanket, or it'd be like if I said, I want to do a public safety ordinance. And then I ask you to come back and give me some ideas for making Anaheim the safest city in the state. So I would prefer, and I ask my council colleagues to consider providing staff with the request to come back with ideas for multiple ordinances related to affordable housing. So that's one request. The other thing is, I did notice, Grace, that you had posted on one of the social media sites that Anaheim is now a pro-housing. So can you elaborate a little bit on that? So I think that Anaheim gets overlooked significantly with the amount of work that we're doing on the affordable housing side. And when you posted that, it really was something that I thought was important for us to highlight more. And if you could just elaborate on what that milestone is for the city of Anaheim related to HUD, that would be amazing.
Sure, I did share on my LinkedIn profile that we were awarded the Pro Housing Grant. And I did so because we were the only 21 cities in the entire nation got that. And HUD said to us that for every $11 that they requested, they could only award 1. So I don't post frequently, but that was a matter of pride because we did work very hard on that. So what it basically, the HUD Pro Housing Grant was really looking for cities that are looking to reduce barriers to affordable housing. And the application was graded on what are you already doing and what are your ideas. And then HUD took our ideas and decided whether or not they were innovative or realistic enough for them to fund. And we requested 7.5, we got 3.5. Kevin and Andy were the lead, so if you guys want to chime in on what the criteria were, I invite you to do so.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. So it was based on successes, cities that are already doing a lot, and so this is meant to take it to the next level. And so, as Grace mentioned, it was a stiff competition, but Anaheim's application was forwarded or functioned around the creation of the housing trust, and also looking at improving livability within cities and different policies that we have yet to touch, and looking at ways to increase production using data, using community outreach, things that we've done in the past, and try to reconstitute what's been effective in the past.
Yeah, so that is, I think, an awesome opportunity for you guys to come back with those specific things that the state recommends. I know inclusionary is one of them, but those would be great things for us to have a discussion about as a council to see what types of ordinances we would like you to come back with to propose for us to review. I know how complicated the ordinance process is with first and second readings, and if there's any significant changes, it just blows up the process and we have to start all over. So for those reasons, I think it may be more of a better use of staff time and resources if you guys, I recommend, we just come back with some ideas and recommendations for us to look at one by one, just like we did with our transparency initiatives related to the JL report. So I think that would be my recommendation or request for making better policy decisions related to housing in Anaheim. So.
Yeah, and just to follow up, you know, I'm not requesting that you come back with a draft ordinance that just vaguely addresses what are neat things we could do for housing. This request is for an affordable housing ordinance, and to your slide is narrowly focusing on key decision points that I think we need staff expertise on. It's very specific. It doesn't preclude anyone else from looking at other options. It doesn't preclude staff from recommending things in the future. This is just about a very specific policy point. And so I don't want it to get lost in the weeds that we are asking for very specific staff input on these key decision points. Now, so that we can move forward. As has been presented to us numerous times, when you look at all the different affordable housing ordinances in Orange County, there are a lot of different things that we can or may choose not to include in affordable housing. But until we have that staff recommendation, until we have that ordinance in front of us, then we can have the discussion to see what people's comfort level, because I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that if we have a staff discussion and you come back with, let's say, we want 15% affordable housing to be the threshold in that ordinance, that might not be a comfort level, and of course, we're gonna ask you to defend where that recommendation came from. And if it's something that we feel is too high, then maybe we can change it to 10% if that's more our comfort level. But the request is pretty simple and it is pretty specific. So, you know, I know we have a motion in a second. I'd like to move on. I know Councilmember Fessel rang in.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, I haven't seconded anything yet. I asked, did you want a second? But then we moved into something else. So in listening to all of our colleagues' conversations here, it sounds to me like everybody agrees we need to do something and we need to do more. We can't exactly decide what that is and whether it's inclusionary or something else. And in order to kind of move ahead, because we've now hit ourselves a logjam, and I've listened very, very carefully to Councilmember Rubikova, and the points that she brings up, you know, more or less concur, Madam Mayor, with yours, except I think you want to be more specific and she wants to be a little bit more open. I hear that there's basically the consensus, as I'm sort of interpreting my colleagues here, they may want a little bit more flexibility here. And Madam Mayor, it sounds like maybe you're a little bit more narrow. I think to move this thing ahead, just so that we can bring something that we could then thrash around and throw at each other back and forth, if you'd allow a little bit wider variation on what staff might bring forward based upon a lot of the inputs that we've heard here this evening, I think we could at least bring it to a point where we can all discuss it. We may not walk away with anything that we can agree on, but I'm afraid if we aren't a little bit more flexible tonight, we're not going to get anywhere. And so, Madam Mayor, would you be a little bit more open to a little bit more flexibility?
No, absolutely, and I apologize if I attributed something to you that I misheard. I mean, would it make people more comfortable if we then came back and maybe did a workshop on an ordinance? Because I don't believe if we had staff direction to then bring back an ordinance that we would necessarily all agree on what we'd wanted to do maybe with that. It sounds like we wouldn't agree on what levels we'd be comfortable with either. So would it make more sense then to have a workshop going forward where we can have staff make some specific recommendations on what an affordable housing ordinance would look like? And then if council colleagues have other ideas that they would like to explore, we can explore it at that time.
I like that idea, because at least we can discuss those points. And I agree with what Mo said. We need to do something. And housing across the state is in horrific shape, but we can't let that be our guide. We're Anaheim, we can do something. And so I think working together, totally agree. We've got to move forward. But an opportunity to talk about it, I think, would be great. I would welcome that.
Okay. So does anyone else have any comments, input? Sorry, Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we were going through discussing the process, but I did have a couple other feedback points that I wanted to make. Before I do that, I wanted to clarify, Madam Mayor, did you make a motion?
I did make a motion.
I'll second your motion. I think we're looking at these key decision points, and that's kind of the basis of it. And I do like the fact that we would come back for a workshop. We can discuss it a little bit more, get some public feedback as well. The comment I did want to make, it pertains to in lieu fees, and I know I'm bringing us back a little bit, but I just wanted to make the comment and give, at least from my perspective, the feedback or direction to staff that I also agree with Councilmember Fessel, which I don't feel I'd say too often on the dais, but Councilmember Fessel, I do agree with you that right now the voluntary in lieu fee I don't think it works. I think that we need a solid policy that avoids any gray areas, because at the same time, I wouldn't want to put staff in a position where you're being asked questions that you know you can't answer, and then suddenly you're all in a precarious or dangerous situation because developers are looking to you for some of that information. And so what the numbers look like or what they should be, I know, Grace, you don't like hearing this, but I know that our job is to give you policy direction, but at the same time, you all also have a level of expertise that not many of us do up here. And so I think having you all do kind of the research, knowing what Anaheim looks like, our goals that our council members, my colleagues have made clear, I think would be helpful, and directing you to do some more research on what would work, what's worked well for other cities that are comparable to the city of Anaheim, and if we can provide some more guidance, at least some guide rails, if you will, for developers that are coming in, because right now it's kind of open rein, and we need to find a win-win situation where we're giving them direction, like here's the guidelines, but instead of them just kind of blindly coming in and saying, well, how much do I need to get? That gets into a very dicey situation that I would love to avoid. So having those clear guidelines for developers, I think, would be very helpful. And then I'll just say that again, I look forward to continuing the discussion, the conversation, but know that we do need to do something. And I pointed out the slide that you had up about our arena numbers, our housing allocation, and how we're doing great on market rate housing. I think triple or quadruple what we were supposed to be what we were allocated for. And I think this is just another step in focusing on where I would say a lot of our residents, and if you could bring back that information in terms of demographics and income as well, I think a majority, I think it's safe to say, of residents, at least in my district, probably 3 and 1, maybe across the city, that not a lot of them are necessarily in that the position to afford market rate housing. So that's a commentary I wanted to add, but I will second your motion, Madam Mayor. I'll be supportive in moving something forward for the conversation and hopefully implementing something that'll help our residents in the city of Anaheim.
Are we talking, Madam Mayor, a workshop?
Yeah, so I'm going to just clarify, because I believe what I said was to bring back to council. I'm happy to amend, bring back to council at a workshop, if that's okay with the second, just to add that caveat. So instead of bringing it back as an ordinance in full council, to bring back a draft ordinance at a workshop for discussion.
I don't know whose turn it is.
Councilmember Fessel had rung in, and then Councilmember Meeks.
I'll defer to my associate here.
I want to make sure that at the workshop, I mean, we keep calling this an affordable housing ordinance, and all I keep hearing is inclusionary housing ordinance. So when you come back as a workshop, I also want to explore those broader options. Is there an option for tax increment? I mean, I think what we've done with the Housing Trust Fund is a affordable housing ordinance. I mean, that's part of what we're doing. So let's try to be true to what we're talking about. I think there's part of the council that's focusing on inclusionary housing. I want it broader than that. I want to talk about standards. How do we make it more affordable for people to incorporate that into their projects? Can we change our standards, adjust our standards with today's expectations? Still in a quality way, incorporating into a quality development. Like I said, tax increment. I want to explore some of those other things, because I am not ready to jump into inclusionary housing right now. Thanks.
And I'm fine with, I think we took an inclusionary housing ordinance or incentives. I mean, that's the problem. Everyone calls it something different. An incentive zoning ordinance, but at the workshop as well, explore other options that staff comes up with. For instance, a potential incentive zoning ordinance, I'm just reading that off this slide, an incentive zoning ordinance or affordable housing ordinance was different than the housing trust. But they're both policies that are moving the ball forward. So I don't think that it's the be all end all. It's just, if there's something else you'd like to explore, I think maybe a workshop would be more appropriate. And I would like staff to be creative, and if there's something that maybe wasn't even in the report that we haven't considered, I think that would be helpful as well. So Councilmember Rubalcaba?
If I may just offer a suggestion. So instead of maybe calling it an affordable housing ordinance, why don't we just call it what it is and ask staff to bring back a draft ordinance of an incentive zoning? And I kind of envision, our website at some point having affordable housing policies, and then maybe things like this are under there. I think to come back with something called an affordable housing ordinance and then shove all this other stuff, I really think we need to be thoughtful about all of the policies that we bring forward in our city. If it is the mayor's desire to bring back an ordinance for us to review related to incentive zoning, then I think we should just call it what it is. I don't think that I feel very uncomfortable looking at an ordinance that has multiple things in there that could potentially, I just think it's too broad of something for us to ask you guys. It's like, let's make a goulash of crap that might work for our city, but we're really not sure what does. So that would be my suggestion, is just call it what it is and ask for your motion related to because the only key decision points here are for inclusionary housing, or zoning. So I think we should just call it what it is instead of affordable housing ordinance. Just
is pulling the wool over the eyes of our voters, I think. So.
I was just copying language. Costa Mesa just passed an affordable housing ordinance that addresses these key decision points. So that's what they're calling it, and I'm sure our colleagues in Costa Mesa aren't trying to pull the wool over their voters' eyes.
I mean, but then the slide says.
I agree with you. We can call it an incentive zoning ordinance and then address these key decision points. I think that's fine. I also think if there's other things that council colleagues want to address at the workshop, I think that's appropriate and that's fine too. I think that's probably the beauty and maybe why a workshop is a better fit for this. It gives us more flexibility and options. So do we have anybody else that has a follow-up comment? Okay, I just want to make sure that I didn't skip anybody. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to bring back this in a workshop format. If you could please vote.
Wait, can we get clarification on that vote? So we're voting for a workshop and an ordinance all in one? Or no ordinance?
I'm gonna ask them, or I guess what the direction is to bring back a draft ordinance on incentive zoning as part of that. Also gonna look at, to Councilmember Meek's point, potential tax incentives, and then if staff has other ideas as part of a broader umbrella, we can put those discussions, but this would be one part of that workshop.
I know, I'm thinking.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay, nay being Councilmember Diaz. Motion carries.
Thank you, colleagues.
Yep, all right, excuse me, sorry, go back to my other folder. Too many folders. Okay, next thing on our list is a report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
No items to report, Mayor.
Okay, and we have no remaining speakers from public comment, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So now we have requests for future agenda items by council members. Do any council members have an agenda item they would like on a future calendar? Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Rubicalva and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So I would, City Manager, or Jim, you might be able to help me with this. So I would like to get a police overview of how, just resources. So I'd love to see what and I'm looking for possibly opportunities for providing some direction on council, council direction on priorities for public safety for our city. Just sitting in District 3, going on runs in the morning, I see the amount of maybe unsafe situations that have been occurring. Many of my constituents have asked for increased patrols, and I just want to make sure that we're giving our chief the direction that he might need. But in order to do that, I think it would be great to get an overview of how he's utilizing resources. At our last meeting, he did mention he has the highest number of sworn officers in recent history. So I would just like some clarification on how we are utilizing those resources. So if response times would be great to hear, hours of training that are required, hours of counter operation. So I do get constituents who reach out and say, I can't get to, file a report from 8 to 5 because I'm at work. Saturdays, they're no longer open. I think that was post-COVID. So just, what are we doing on that front? Officers on patrol, how many do we have on patrol? Like, what does this look like? It would be really good to get some clarification. And then I would like to, maybe talk with our council colleagues about some potential policy opportunities. Is there an opportunity to provide policy direction on response times, requiring, shorter response times for not only level 1, but whatever the range of levels, of asking patrols to be in our parks more frequently. So if we could get an overview on how we're utilizing those, and then we can come back with the for discussion.
So Councilmember, for the purposes of agenda protocol, if it's okay with you, we'll bring this back at your direction again, per agenda protocol. How about I work with you on kind of formalizing what that agenda item is, and we'll bring it back under, again, your authority for agendizing per protocol.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other council members weighing in, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Don Dobmeyer. And we will be adjourned until, when is our next meeting? Like, it says August 20th, but I know that's not true. That's today.
Sorry, Mary, September 10th.
September 10th, thank you.